Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is currently 3:19 a.m. Today's date is September 20th, 2024. Thank you for tuning in. I am back like I never left. You know what time it is. Okay, I am back. It is your boy, Genesis. It is your boy one more time, Genesis. Thank you for tuning in. We are about to live stream a very important conversation, a very important topic, which is America or Americans will decide the future. Yes, yes, y'all. Americans will decide the future. As you all know, it is election time and everybody is optimistic about the future, what is going to happen. And I'm here to let you know that the future looks bright, regardless of whatever anybody is saying about the future. The future looks bright. You just have to believe that the future looks bright. Anyway, without further delay, I am going to allow you guys hear from the legend, the OG, the 45th president of the United States. Some people say he might be the 47th. I don't know. You guys go out and do what you do, participate in the election. All right, let's listen to Donald J. Trump participate in fighting anti Semitism. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, let's get it. Thank you for tuning in one more time. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Miriam. I don't know if you know it, it's a great lady. This is a great lady. This is a great one. Thank you, Miriam. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. All right, let's sit down. Let's talk about Israel, or Israel, as they say. I love the pronunciation. I love it. But you really are. You're a great lady, a great woman, my friend, and I've known you and Sheldon for a long time. We lost Sheldon, and nobody like him, right? You would say that. Nobody like him, but nobody like you either. And he's very proud of you right now. Thank you very much. And I'd also like to thank Rabbis Yehuda Kaplun and Yaakov Kaplun, Senators Rick Scott, doing well. Where's Rick? He's doing well. I saw a poll, and another one who's doing well is Ted Cruz. Ted, stand up, Ted. Thank you, Ted. Thank you. And Lindsey doesn't have to do well because he's got another few years to go before he runs. It's something nice about that. But Lindsey Graham is terrific, terrific guy. Bill Haggerty, who's fantastic. Bill, thank you very much. And Joni Ernst. Where's Joni Ernst? Joni, thank you very much, Joni. Great, doing a great job. Those farmers love Joni. I'll tell you, she was tough, right? She came to see me, and I thought I made a deal, and then she said, no, 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 we want more, more, more. But that's what you're supposed to have, right? Good job, Joni, and you got it. Former Senator Norm Coleman. Norm, thank you. Thank you, Norm. Look good. And a spectacular person, Elise Stefanik. Spectacular. What she did to that woman at Harvard with the big, big fat glasses. That woman had no idea what was happening. That was beautiful to watch, actually. A friend of mine, Carlos Jimenez. Carlos, thank you, Carlos. Got a lot of power here. There's a lot of power here. You know, this is like the old days. Because frankly, there's been a movement going on. I call it AOC +3, but the +3 is a lot more. And we have to end that. We have to end it. We have to end it fast. I've never seen anything like it. John Carter, please. John, where's John? Thank you, John. Thank you very much. Good job. Mario Diaz-Balart. Mario, thank you. Thank you, Mario. Byron Donalds. Boy, he's a popular guy. He is. And he's a great guy with a great future. Good. I didn't see you back there. You didn't. He has so many pictures with me. He didn't need a picture. He doesn't want another picture. Ronnie Jackson. What a great guy. Think of this. He was an admiral, a great admiral, respected by everybody. Then he became the White House doctor, took care of maybe Bush a little bit, and Obama, right? And then Trump. And they asked him, who's the most healthy of the group? And he said, not even a contest. Who? Trump. Trump. In fact, he said Trump would live for 200 years if he didn't eat junk food. I don't know if I like that, but that was okay. Great doctor. And now he's a really popular congressman, and he's our friend. And when I had a little ear problem, he was there. He literally came from Texas, and he did a great job, and I appreciate it very much, Ron. Thank you. Because once you're a doctor, you're always a doctor, even if you're a congressman, I guess, right? Don't you think? Somebody who's been really spectacular, especially for the last few months. I don't know what happened to him, but boy, he likes me a lot better now than he used to. Michael Lawler. Am I correct in that? Where's Michael? Right? Something happened. But he likes me better now than he used to, and I like that because he's a good man, great man. Mike Flood. Mike, thank you. Virginia Fox. Virginia. Thank you, Virginia. Michael Waltz, who's doing a great job in defending all of us on television. He's doing a great job on television. And a spectacular woman, a beautiful woman. I'm not allowed to say that anymore because, you know, it usually puts you out of politics, but I've said much worse than that. But she's a beautiful woman, and she really is with the most incredible family. And she came to me about endorsing someone in her area who had no chance, and I said, okay, we'll do it, against an incumbent Republican that I didn't like very much and probably didn't like me. So we took a chance, Mary, didn't we? Mary Miller, we took a chance, and our candidate won in a landslide, right? So that was great. We don't like having to do that, but in that case, we had no choice. Ambassador Lana Marks, who was terrific. Thank you, Lana. Good job. You did a great job as ambassador. West Virginia Treasurer Riley Moore. Thank you, Riley. Thank you. Going on to very big things, actually. Jacob Hellberg. Jacob, thank you. Thank you, Jacob. Great job. Somebody who's very talented, knows a lot about a lot at a very young age. Morgan Ortegas. Morgan. Thank you, darling. And also somebody who defends me so well, Elizabeth Pipko. Elizabeth? Wow, I watched you last night, Elizabeth. You were brutal to this other person. They didn't have a chance last night, Elizabeth. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We need all the defense we can get. And a friend of mine and a man who's actually a great environmentalist. He really is a great one. And he wrote a book on Donald Trump as a great environmentalist, which is actually true, but a lot of people don't know that. But I'm an environmentalist with common sense. I like buildings to have windows. You know, they'd like to close up all windows. The building should be built 90 stories tall, but that doesn't matter, but it can't have any windows. The things they're doing with the Green New scam is just unbelievable. 97 trillion. How can we do that, Ted? I think that's very doable. 97 trillion. Most people don't know what that means. Nobody knows. Nobody's ever heard of a number. To do the Green New scam the way they want it. 97, that's more than China, the United States, and every country in the world for the next 200 years has. but they go along with it anyway. But he's a great gentleman and a friend of mine, Ed Russo. Where is Ed? I'll tell you, that's great that Ed is here. Wow. Before we begin, I just want to mention some polls that just came out, and I've decided to go back to doing this because they never release the polls when they're good, and they've been really good, and they don't release them. And unless one comes out, they had one that came out the other day where they interviewed 51% Democrat, 22% Republican. Trump's down by 6. I said, how the hell can you win on a poll like that? When you're down by they interview 40% more Democrats, and then they say, if you're down by 6, that means you're actually winning by about 15. But we don't go with that, but we do go with the respected polls, and we go with polls because they don't want to release them because they've all been pretty good. In the very, very, I think, accurate poll over the last 9 or 10 years, I think Rasmussen's been really one of the best, and it was just released a little while ago. I'm leading by 8 points against a woman that you cannot allow to happen. I mean, honestly, you are generally Jewish people. We have a lot of good Christians there that love Israel, by the way. In many ways, they love Israel more than Jewish people love Israel, which is shocking, but nevertheless, we'll take it, right? We have a lot of great Christians that love Israel, but we're up by 8 with Rasmussen. We're at 52 to 44, so that's a big one. And we're up by 11 with independents in Rasmussen also. Just came out. That's a lot because, as you know, Rick Scott, we were talking about it a little while, and independents are very important. And when you're up by that number, that's a pretty good thing. Then the Emerson poll, highly respected. We're up in Arizona. We're up in Wisconsin. And we're up substantially in Pennsylvania. And those are the 3 that they did. And in the New York Times poll even, which is shocking because, I wouldn't say they love me. I wouldn't say I love them either. But I'm up by 9 in the Midwest. That's a big one. And the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, we're up by at least 3 in Georgia. And CNN has us up. I love seeing like a CNN and then we're up. So if you're up 5, you're probably up 20 or something. But in CNN, we're up 5 in Arizona. The Daily Express poll has us up 5 in all of the battleground states, which is great. So I say 47 days from now, we're going to defeat Kamala Harris. You have to defeat Kamala Harris. More than any other people on earth, Israel, I believe, has to defeat her. You know that? And I've never said this before. I'm thinking, Miriam, more than any people on earth, Israel has to defeat her. I really believe that it's a disaster for Israel. And you know why, and you've heard her statements. We're going to take back our country, and we're going to make Israel great again, and we're going to make America great again. We're going to make them both great again, greater than ever before. We've gathered today to talk about the scourge of anti-Semitism. Tonight, we're 2 weeks away from the 1-year anniversary of the worst attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Without question, on October 7th, which would have never happened if I was president, by the way, I have to always preface it by saying it would have never, ever happened. Innocent men, women, children, and babies were tortured, maimed, kidnapped, and killed. It was an amazing sight, especially if you were able to see, and you don't want to necessarily see it, some of the tapes and film that was made of the atrocity. It was a wake-up call for the entire world, and you have to take it that it is a wake-up call. Get smart. Instead, even here in America, Jewish citizens have been forced to endure the worst outbreak of anti-Semitism in many generations. And so many people shockingly even deny the attack took place. This is a new thing. I saw it recently where they're interviewing people. They said, well, we don't know if there was an attack. I don't know. It's just so terrible. And, there were people I read many times during the Holocaust. We had people denying it. They were deniers. They said, we don't believe it ever took place. And it's a terrible thing when they say that. I never thought I would see anything like what is happening right now. I never thought you'd ever see a thing like this ever happen. It's beyond belief. 15 years ago, Israel was the strongest lobby, if you want to use the word lobby, had the strongest representation of people like this. These are great people, Miriam. But the strongest there was, if you said something about a Jewish person or something about Israel that was bad, you were out of politics. Unless your name was Ted Cruz, he could get through. I think Ted could get through, but maybe not. Maybe even Ted. But it's true. You said something about Israel that was bad. It was like, today, you have to fight. We all have to fight for Israel. I am so surprised to see it, but we're going to win the fight, so don't worry about it, okay? We'll win the fight. There are those that say it's very much like a long time ago when you could say anything, but all across our land you've seen Jewish Americans harassed and attacked and terrorized by anti-Semites and Hamas sympathizers. I can't believe what we've been witnessing over the last year. Actually, I've watched it in great detail. I've watched it, and I've watched it take place. It's hard to believe. Yet, despite presiding over this explosion of anti-Semitism, Kamala Harris has done absolutely nothing. She has not lifted a single finger to protect you or to protect your children or to even protect you with words. I'm here today to tell the Jewish American community that this ugly tide of anti-Semitic, pro-Hamas bigotry and hate will be turned back and crushed starting at noon on January 20th, 2025. Thank you. Thank you. It will be a bright new day for the Jewish community in America. No longer will you have to walk the streets in fear. You're walking the streets in fear. Can you believe it? Young college students are afraid to go to college. It's not something that anybody thought they would ever hear or see. No longer will you be threatened on your college campuses. No longer will you be discriminated against in college admissions. And no longer will your own government import jihadists from places that we don't even want to talk about. And they want Jew haters from overseas, and they let them come in and resettle in your communities right here at home, and nobody's ever seen anything like it. My promise to Jewish Americans is this: with your vote, I will be your defender, your protector, and I will be the best friend Jewish Americans have ever had in the White House. You know that. Thank you. But in all fairness, I already am. I think I already am. I don't have to think. In fact, I already am. I am the best defender you've had as president by far. I think there'd be no question. Miriam mentioned 4 or 5 of the things. Those each individual thing. Oh, her husband would drive me crazy. You have to do this. You have to do that. You don't know what I had to put up with. She was like the calming influence. I said, Sheldon, I can't do that. It's too much. He said, no, no. And every time I got something, he'd immediately start with something else, right? He'd get something, always fighting for Israel and the Jewish people. But, you know, I had such great respect for it. It's true, though. She had to sometimes tell him, calm down. You just had a big victory. Let's celebrate. No, no, we have to immediately start. Let's see if we can do Golan Heights. How about Golan Heights? They've been trying to get it for 72 years. I got it done in about 15 minutes, okay? So. Even Sheldon couldn't believe that one, I'll tell you. Even Sheldon couldn't believe that one. He said, we just got Golan Heights. They didn't even ask for it. I actually gave you that one. You didn't ask for it, but I thought it was important. Ground zero for the outbreak of the anti-Jewish hate under Kamala Harris has been our college campuses. At UCLA a few months ago, Marxist thugs dressed up like terrorists and created, quote, Jew exclusion zones, blocking Jewish students from entering parts of the campus. Can you imagine that? A week after the October 7th attack on Israel, anti-Semites at Miami University in Ohio sent Jewish students and staff an email that said, quote, The best Jew is a dead Jew, end of quote. This is stuff that's not even thinkable. And the colleges do nothing about it, too, most of them. At Baruch College, a mob of Hamas supporters targeted a group of innocent Jewish freshmen at a welcoming dinner, shouted slurs and mocked them for the death of Jewish hostages in Israel. At Princeton University, radical activists displayed the Hezbollah flag very proudly. At Columbia, you watched that along with everybody else. It was terrible. They took control of the school buildings, these magnificent buildings. They beat the hell out of them, by the way. And the campus became so dangerous for Jewish students at the university, Rabbi told them, please go home, go home. A Yale professor called October 7th an extraordinary day. It was a great day, he said. A Cornell professor said that these heinous attacks were, quote, exhilarating and energizing to everyone. Kamala Harris said that the radical demonstrators on college campuses were, quote, human emotion should be this way. This is her message. This is somebody that's among two people. So we started off with 350 million. Of course, we really don't know how many people we have in the country anymore. They're coming in so fast at the border. Many criminals, many from jails, prisons, many from mental institutions, from insane asylums, terrorists. They're pouring in at levels we've never seen before. And she was the border czar. She now says she wasn't, but she was still in charge of the border. She's the one that did it. And I will tell you, the message that she gave is wrong. It's dangerous, and it's unbefitting a candidate for the President of the United States. So think of it. Let's assume 350 million. We're down to 2. I told our great First Lady the other day, well, we're down to 2, and now we're leading in the polls by, I think, a lot. I'm calling on Kamala Harris to officially disavow the support of all Hamas sympathizers, anti-Semites, Israel haters on college campuses and everywhere else. So I'm calling on her to do that, just disavow. But she won't do it. You know that. She's not going to do it. She's going to talk. She's going to talk about nothing, talk about the weather. And sadly, and I have to say this, and it hurts me to say it, you're going to still vote for Democrats, and it doesn't make sense. I say all the time that any Jewish person that votes for her, especially now, her or the Democrat Party, should have their head examined. It's true. And, you know, I just find it so hard to believe, and part of it is habit, I guess. And respectfully, with all that I've done, I'll maybe go over it quickly, but Miriam did it better than I could, all the different things with Golan, with all of the things that we did. And really, the one thing we didn't mention is I terminated the Iran nuclear deal. And that is, I think, the biggest of them all. But thank you. The problem is we could have had a deal, any deal we wanted. Michael knows that better than anybody. But Biden and Harris, and nobody knows it. You know, when you say Harris, people say, who's Harris? You have to say Kamala, because nobody knows who the hell Harris is. That's her last name. But nobody knows it. Isn't it weird? How's Harris doing? Who the hell is Harris? How's Kamala doing? Oh, isn't it as weird? I never saw anything like it. So we'll just call it Kamala. But you really, you know, when you think about it, it's amazing that you're such nice people, because a lot of people wouldn't allow that to happen. We're joined today by several dozen Jewish American students from colleges across America. Thank you all for being here. And here's what I will do to defeat anti-Semitism and defend our Jewish citizens in America. My first week back in the Oval Office, my administration will inform every college president that if you do not end anti-Semitic propaganda, they will lose their accreditation and federal taxpayer support. Thank you. Truth is, you don't have to do much after that. When you do that, it's going to work miracles. Please sit down. We will not subsidize the creation of terrorist sympathizers, and we're not going to do it certainly on American soil. We're not going to do it anywhere. Next, I will inform every educational institution in our land that if they permit violence, harassment, or threats against Jewish students, the schools will be held accountable for violations of the civil rights law. Very important. Jewish Americans must have equal protection under the law. They're going to get it. At the same time, my administration will move swiftly to restore safety for Jewish students and Jewish people on American streets. Jews have been beaten on their way to synagogue in Los Angeles just recently, beaten on their way. Jewish American businesses have been vandalized, yet once again, the Harris-Biden administration has done absolutely nothing about it, doesn't even comment. Here in Washington, radical Hamas supporters tore down the American flag in front of Union Station, set it on fire, and hoisted the Palestinian flag while police officers and they were spray painting at police officers and at the beautiful monuments surrounding the area and the flag, lions, people. And it was being in the construction business, this is a stone, it's limestone, that when you spray paint limestone, you'll see it in 100 years. They can take it off, but they can't really take it off. You'll see everything that they said in 100 years. It's a very porous stone. And what they've done is unbelievable. But I don't see them getting long sentences in prison like happened to other people. I don't see them even being approached or attacked in any way. They allow them to do it. But watch those limestones. I looked at them the other day, and that stone just sucks up that paint. It goes deep. You're going to see it in 100 years from now. Kamala Harris, let them go. She said, let them go. I will end this political violence and harassment once and for all. You know, when I was president, we had a moment where Washington was, in a sense, being attacked. They were trying to pull down statues, and I pulled out about an 1897 statute, very important, and it said that anybody touching, ripping down, or even trying to rip down a monument or a statue in the Capitol or anywhere else in the land up to the president will get 10 years in jail. No probation, no nothing. It's 10 years. It's not 10 years, but you serve 3 days. It's 10 years and you serve all 10 years. You couldn't get a thing like that passed today, I don't think. What do you think, Ted? Not too easily. If you got 2 days, it would be a miracle. No, it's 10 years. It was so old. I lifted up this. It was old and dusty, but it read beautifully. And I invoked it, and I had a speech. I said, here's the story. Anybody touching a statue, and it ended when they had Abraham Lincoln ready to be pulled over. You remember that? I said, Abraham Lincoln, now we're hitting Lincoln. And I read it, and I told people that anybody from this moment on that pulls down anything or even tries to pull down a statue, you go into jail for 10 years. And it was an amazing sight, Miriam. Everybody just dropped the ropes. The ropes were left. They dropped the ropes and they started walking out of town. I was watching thousands of asses from the back. And it was a beautiful sight. It was a beautiful sight. It was a beautiful sight. They just started walking in a different direction. And that was the last of the problem we had. Remember the big problems we were having? They actually wanted to rip down Thomas Jefferson Memorial. They didn't like Jefferson. They didn't like Washington.
Thank you for tuning in. God bless you. You know what time it is. Smash the like button. Subscribe to the channel. You guys are the best. Let's listen to the OG, the legend, the 45th President of the United States. Some people say he might be the 47th. I don't know. What do you think? Let's get it.
They didn't like Lincoln. They didn't like anybody. I will oppose, and I will make sure that you're protected. I will oppose all of the horrible things that they're thinking of doing, and they are thinking of doing bad things. It's not believable. I will also secure our borders from dangerous anti-American and anti-Semitic hate. Not only has Kamala thrown open our southern border, and again, she was in charge of your border. Now she's trying to say, well, I wasn't really the border czar. I never heard her disavow border czar before. But open to terrorists and criminals, she's supported unlimited migration from terrorist hotbeds into the United States, especially some of the hotbeds that most hate Israel. Under border czar Harris, armies of foreign Hamas sympathizers now march brazenly through our cities. They're literally marching in our cities, and they came from some very vicious, violent parts of the world, and they do not like Jewish people, and they do not like Israel, and they've let that be known, and we are not going to tolerate it. I will not let what happened to Paris, what happened to London, and what's happening to them, too, by the way. That's not over. What happened to Brussels happened here in America. It's not going to happen. We will deport the foreign jihad sympathizers and Hamas supporters from our midst. We will get them out of our country. I will ban refugee resettlement from terror-infested areas like the Gaza Strip. And we will seal our border and bring back the travel ban. Remember the famous travel ban? We didn't take people from certain areas of the world because I didn't want to have people ripping down and burning our shopping centers and killing people. But we're not taking them from infested countries. We will quickly rebuild the greatest economy in the history of the world for Jewish Americans and for all Americans. It will happen very quickly. We will defeat inflation, cut energy costs in half, and we will have something that some people in this room would be interested in, and frankly, some won't. But I'll say it anyway because you got those television cameras blaring. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors. That's a good one for this room. This room likes that last one. And to help Americans who are buried in crushing credit card debt under the Kamala Harris economy, we will have a temporary 10% cap on credit card interest rates because they're paying 20 and 25% and they're getting decimated. So it'll be a temporary 10% cap. But look, this is the most important election in the history of the United States, and it's also the most important election in the history of Israel. The United States election is the most important election in the history of Israel, actually, if you think about it. How crazy does that sound? But it's true. With all I have done for Israel, I received only 24% of the Jewish vote. Now think of this. I really haven't been treated very well, but that's the story of my life. It's true. Think of it. But I understood that because I wasn't really tested. I wasn't a politician, and I won, but I understood that. And then I became president and was the best president ever for the people of Israel and for Jewish people, the best president ever. And I did more for them than any president has, and probably any president can do or will do, other than the current situation that's coming up, because I have a feeling that maybe that's going to be more than anything that was even done in the past, if you want to know the truth, because I think Israel's in big trouble. But I gave them, as Mir said, Golan Heights. I gave them the Abraham Accords, which is amazing. Nobody thought that was possible. 4 strong, powerful countries signed. Think of it. I would have had every country signed. I might have even had Iran signed, okay? As crazy as that sounds. You're kidding. You know that, Michael. I might have even had that. But we had peace in the Middle East. When I left, we had peace in the Middle East, but I had the Abraham Accords. And it was something that if Obama had done it, that would have been any prize, you named the prize, but they would have had every single prize ever devised by man. I did it. Nobody said a thing. And that's okay. I do the right thing. And I was helped a lot by Jared and a lot of other people that really understood what was going on. But I recognized the capital of Israel and opened the embassy in Jerusalem and got it built. Not just had it there. You know, the generals came in. One of my days in office, they said, "Sir, could you sign this? What is it?" It said, "Order for $2 billion to be spent on an embassy that would have cost much more." I said, "Where's the land?" "We don't have it yet, sir, but we have a couple of terrible sites under negotiation." I'm good at real estate. These were bad locations in Jerusalem. I said, "Do we have anything?" "Let us look, sir." And they do. They had a site that was better than anything we had, a much better location, and we have it for nothing. So far, I'm doing a good job. Then I said, "Is there a building on it?" "Yes, there is, but it's not in use." I said, "Is it structurally sound?" "Oh, yes, very strong, very structurally sound." "Is it setback?" Because you want setbacks for embassies for things called bombs. "Yes, it's setback, and it's on high. It's one of the best locations." I said, "So we have it." So I dealt with David Friedman. I said, "David, how much would it cost to renovate the building? Give me a good price." And he came back and said $400,000. I said, "David, that's too low." This is the only time I've ever said this. Usually I say, "It's too high, cut them in half." This time I said, "That's crazy. From $2 billion, think of it, to $400,000. And I said, "That's too low. We got to spend more." And we ended up spending a little bit more than that, very little. And a friend of mine has, a couple of you have heard this, Jerusalem stone in his office building. And every time I walk by the elevator bank, he says, "Look at this stone. It's Jerusalem stone, so expensive." And I said to him, very successful guy, very rich guy, and he was complaining about the price. "It's Jerusalem." But every time, after 20 times, I say, "Don't tell me it's Jerusalem stone again." Right on the elevator bank, beautiful stone, Jerusalem stone. So I'm there and I say, "Listen, by any chance," talking to one of the contractors, I said, "Do you think you could use Jerusalem stone? Is it expensive?" "No, it's cheap as hell. We're in Jerusalem." And we built the whole building out of Jerusalem stone. And we did it very inexpensively, got it opened in about 4 or 5 months. You would still be talking about your $2 billion building, Ted. That building would be under talk for about 5 more years, and then they'd spend $5 billion and it would look like hell. This building is better. You'll never do better. Someday they'll rip it down and do some monster. But I was very proud we got it built. And most importantly of all, in my opinion, because I asked, what's the best? Golan Heights, is it? Is it Jerusalem, the capital, moving the embassy and all of that? What is the best? What's the best? Is it the Abraham Accords? And some friends of mine that are very smart, no, not even close. The best thing you ever did for Israel is you terminated the Iran nuclear deal, which was the worst deal ever made for Israel or for any country. That was the best. That's true. That was more important. Remember, that was more important than any of the other things, of the many other things that we did. The problem is that Harris, Kamala, and Biden did absolutely nothing with it. You could have made after the election, which we had a very bad thing happen with that election. Think of it. If that election were proper, you wouldn't have had Russia attacking Ukraine. You wouldn't have had October 7th. Would have never happened because, as you know, Iran had no money at that time. None. Zero. Nothing. They had no money to fund. There were stories about it, that there was no money for terror. You wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had that horrible leaving of Afghanistan in such a way, not the leaving because we were ready to leave. We would have left before them, but we were leaving with strength and dignity. That was the worst. I think it was the lowest day, the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. Because of that, probably that's why Putin went in. He would have never gone in with me, though. But all of these things, and on top of everything else, I gave them more than $20 billion, Israel. And I said, when I did it, I said, I'm the best friend they ever had. And still, in 2020, so remember, I got 25%. Now I did all of these things, and I got 29%. Think of it. So I wasn't treated right. But it's not me that's been treating badly. It's Israel, because you can make a big difference in the vote. You're going to be a big factor in the vote. I will say places like Miami and different places were great. But honestly, I went from 25 to 29, and based on what I did and based on my love of the same love that you have, I should be at 100. I should be at 100. But let me give you the bad news. A poll, I just told you how good the polls are, but we need every vote we can get. The current polling has me with Jewish citizens, Jewish people that's supposed to love Israel. After having done all of that, having been the best president, the greatest president by far, a poll just came out. I'm at 40%. That means you got 60% voting for somebody that hates Israel. And I say it's going to happen. It's only because of the Democrat hold or curse on you. You can't let this happen. 40% is not acceptable because we have an election to win. So after all of this, I went from 29 to 40%. And people that are smart said to me, friend of mine Jewish, friend of mine loves Israel, loves everything about your religion and about your country, your place. He said, I can't believe it's happening. It's sad. And he started to cry, actually. He started to cry with all of this. And he's a tough cookie. I don't, little tiny baby. Maybe then I don't think he cried. I don't think he cried then, Miriam. But I will put it to you very simply and gently. I really haven't been treated right, but you haven't been treated right because you're putting yourself in great danger. And the United States hasn't been treated right. So if I don't win this election, and I've been very good, you know, they say Trump's been right about everything. I've been right about a lot of things. Even Ted will admit that. I've been right about a lot of things that a lot of people said, no, that won't happen, but a lot of bad things happened, and some good things I've been right about too. And I only want to be, so I'm not going to call this as a prediction, but in my opinion, the Jewish people would have a lot to do with a loss if I'm at 40.
Thank you for tuning in one more time. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. We are currently listening to the OG, the legend, the 45th President of the United States. Like I always say, some people say he might be the 47th. What do you think about it? Let's get it.
40%. I'm at 4. Think of it. That means 60% are voting for Kamala, who in particular is a bad Democrat. The Democrats are bad to Israel, very bad. They'll never change because they have a section of their party now which has become amazingly and quickly very powerful vote-wise. I mean, Chuck Schumer is a Palestinian. Who would have thought that was going to happen? What the hell happened to him? I saw him the other day. He was dressed in one of their robes. No, that'll be next. No, Chuck Schumer is Hamas all the way. I don't know what the hell happened to him. If you support him, you're crazy. I have never seen his change may be bigger than Kamala on fracking in Pennsylvania, okay? But if we don't win this election, Israel, in my opinion, within a period of 2 to 3 years will cease to exist. It's going to be wiped out. That's what's going to happen. It's a tough thing to say, but what difference does it make from my standpoint? I have to tell you the truth, and maybe you'll be energized because there's no way that I should be getting 40% of the vote. I'm the one that's protecting you. These are the people that are going to destroy you, and you have 60% of the Jewish people essentially voting for them. If I do win, Israel will be safe and secure, and we will stop the toxic poison of anti-Semitism from spreading all over America and all over the world. We'll get it stopped. But if I don't win, I believe Israel will be eradicated, and you can't let that happen, and I don't think you will let that happen. So you have to, Rabbi, you have to get everybody together, and you have to get them to vote, because it's craziness to say I'm at 40%. And when I heard that number today, it just came out today, when I heard that number today, I think it was insulting to our country. It was insulting to Israel. You know, it's very interesting. They did a poll in Israel. I'm like at 99% favorable. I could run for, right now, I could run for any office in Israel. In Israel, they love me. Here, not so much. But they do love me in Israel. Miriam, I'm at 99%. Everybody loves me. I could run for prime minister. Would you like me as your prime minister? But I have to learn your language. That's a tough language to learn. I have to learn it in about 3 months. I have to learn it very quickly. But no, I'm most popular person in Israel. But here it doesn't translate. It's a strange thing. So we have to save Israel. Look, you're here for a reason. We have to save Israel. This is no longer games. This is no longer games. This is the saving of Israel. And I'm going to mention it. We're making a big statement in a little while at another conference, also very important. And I'm going to mention it again and again. I believe that Israel will be wiped off the face of the earth if I don't win. And that's a big statement. That's a horrible statement to make. And it's just the way I feel. And a lot of people in this room agree with me. Because look at what's happened in the last 2 years. I have never seen anything like it, where something has gone so down so fast, where even Jewish people are protesting in these groups. They're Jewish people. People wearing yarmulkes are in these groups that are protesting with 100,000 people. So they have to change their way, because with your vote, you can reject anti-Semitism in our schools, in our communities, in our foreign policy, and in our immigration system. But all of that starts by rejecting Kamala Harris at the ballot box. She is anti-Israel and she is anti-Jewish, and you got to get smart to it. And with that, I have great love and great respect for so many of the people in the room. I have so many friends in this room. I fought so hard for you. But it's time that you fight the real fight. And the real fight is to save Israel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You heard the 45th president over there talking about Israel and what has to be done. And, you know, I stand for peace regardless of what spectrum you are on. I think peace in the world is very, very essential. All right. We have 25 likes and we have over 500 people watching the live show. So double tap your screen. Double tap your screen. Today, oh, no, not today. Yesterday, Kamala Harris had a conversation with Oprah, and they had a variety of topics that they actually delved into. Let's listen to some part of it, see what they had to say. Tap your screen right now, double tap your screen right now, double tap your screen right now, double tap your screen right now. Tap your screen right now. Okay, here comes CNN. Let's listen to what they're talking about.
Let's quickly listen in to Vice President Harris's interview with Oprah Winfrey, which is happening right now.
Call and then said, let's open the door. Yeah. Let's open the door and invite everybody else in, and everybody actually came.
Organically.
Yes.
Organically. Like, this is the beauty of our country. There's so much at stake in this election. And ultimately, the question before us is, what kind of country do we want to live in? And the beauty of a democracy, as long as we can hold on to it, the beauty of a democracy is each of us has the power. Each of us has the power to answer that question.
That's right. Everybody on this call and beyond has the power. But can I just start with this?
Yes, please.
I have to say this because in all of my private conversations, Gail, and I've said this 100 times, and everybody is saying it, you all have said it, I know you have. It seems to us that something happened to you the moment President Biden, stepped aside and withdrew his candidacy, that a veil or something dropped and you just stepped into your power? I mean, literally, looking at you at a speech like the week before, which was a great speech, very nice. And then the next week, I saw you walking in the thing. said, what happened to you?
You know, we each have those moments in our lives where it's time to step up.
Time to step up.
Time to step up, you know?
Well, the moment you heard, I mean, I really have been saying to people, it felt like a veil dropped and you sort of stepped through that veil. Did you feel like that?
I felt
One thing is for sure, Oprah is of course she's an icon when it comes to talk shows like this. She knows how to get the people's attention. She's been doing this for a long, long, long time. So of course, I expect her to hold the people's attention. She's been doing this for years, decades. She's a goat when it comes to talk shows. So we got to give her, you know, we gotta salute her. Whatever you think about Oprah, that's your cup of tea. She is a legend when it comes to things like this, and I believe she's gonna get the best out of Kamala, regardless of if I'm not gonna be voting for Kamala or not. I do believe this interview is gonna actually do a good, a good little bit for her and some people who are not decided to vote.
a sense of responsibility, to be honest with you. And with that comes a sense of purpose. But I mean, we're all here and you all are taking time out of your busy lives, everyone here, everyone on the screen, because there really is so much at stake. You know, I have spent the majority of my career being concerned about the well-being of other people.
Yeah.
As I've said, in my career as a prosecutor, I never looked at a victim or a witness and asked them, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them is, are you okay?
Are you okay? I know when I heard that.
You know?
Touch me.
And traveling this country and knowing what is at stake in terms of fundamental freedoms, what's at stake in terms of fighting against hate and those efforts to divide us. And I do know that I'm in a position to do something about it. So I felt a great responsibility. And the incredible power of the people, right? Who, you know, I'm not the only leader in this. We're all leaders in this. This is so much bigger than me. It's about who we are as Americans. And it's about making clear what we stand for. And what we stand for is, it is about the ideals upon which we were founded, including the importance of freedom and the importance of independence and the importance of dignity and purpose. But it is also about what we stand for in terms of our values. I think of it this way.
I think a lot boils down to values. I just said values are on the line here.
It does. I mean, think about it, Oprah. The idea that some would suggest, and that my opponent suggests, which is that the measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down. Come on. The real measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you lift up. And it's important for us.
Absolutely.
Like I mentioned, Oprah has been doing this for ages. So she has some sort of credibility in people's heart, especially African Americans and, all types of people. She is the GOAT when it comes to this types of stuff. And this is going to resonate with a lot of people, regardless, even if I am not voting for Kamala. I still think this right here would do a good little bit for her. I know people can say, they are both actors and blah blah blah. I get it. However, this is really going to help the Kamala Harris or the Harris Walls campaign 100%. Now, it depends on how she actually performs because this is the first time we're actually listening to the sit down conversation they both had yesterday. It depends on how she performs because sometimes or most times I have noticed that she really doesn't answer questions directly. She likes to talk about her background because I feel like she's playing into um it's like she's trying to make sure the American public know what she stands for and also to teach the American people about her background. That's what she's trying to do because most people don't even know her. She's been the vice president for the past 3.5 years, almost 4 years, and some people don't even know anything about her. So she's trying to give you her background, which is gonna take a lot of time to resonate with people because people don't know her. But in contrast, everybody knows Trump. Everybody knows Trump, bro. So it's really going to be hard for her to to live up to that expectation that uh the Dems have placed on her. But the Democratic Party definitely has some sort of organization. If you notice, they are so organized and they know how to make things happen. I don't care even if you're a Republican. I am an independent, but you know, I say the way it is. They are so organized. And I believe that if the Republicans can be as organized as the Democrats, the Republicans would do mighty things. All right, double tap your screen. Double tap your screen right now. Let's get it.
I like that.
You know, ever since the debate, we feel for our fellow citizens in Springfield. Do you not think about the fellow citizens in Springfield, Ohio, the Haitian families, the non-Haitian families, everybody having to deal with this lie that has endangered the lives of Haitian people and anybody who looks Haitian? Everybody in America feels for that. And everybody in America, left, right, middle, has concerns about immigration.
Yeah.
And I'm told that Justin, where are you in the audience? Justin.
Hello.
In our audience.
Hello, Madam Vice President.
You live in Michigan.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't you love saying hello, Madam Vice President?
I do.
What's your question? It's an immigration question.
Question for you is, when you become president, what would be your specific steps? Yeah, of course. What would be your specific steps to strengthening the border?
So it's a wonderful and important question. You know, my background was as a prosecutor, and I was also the elected attorney general for 2 terms of a border state. So this is not a theoretical issue for me. This is something I've actually worked on. Okay. I have prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. I take very seriously the importance of having a secure border and ensuring the safety of the American people. Sadly, where we are now can be traced most recently back to the fact that when the United States Congress, members of the Congress, including some of the most conservative Republicans, came up with a border security bill. And here's what that border security bill would have done. It would have put 1,500 more border agents at the border. Let me tell you, those border agents are working around the clock. It would have just been about giving them some support and relief, which is probably why the border agents actually endorsed the bill. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl. And I'm looking at people from all over the country here, so I don't need to tell the folks who are watching this what fentanyl has done to families, to kids in our country, and the need to take seriously stemming the flow coming into our country and addressing that extraordinary and tragic issue in terms of its effect. The bill would have allowed us to have more resources to prosecute transnational criminal organizations. And it would have been part of the solution.
But this is my thing, right? I cannot stand for someone who puts the blame on someone else if you are in charge. If you say you are in charge, if we put you in charge, if you were voted for, you are the current vice president of the United States. And you've also said the most transformative, one of the. What the hell?
And Donald Trump called up those folks and said, don't put that bill on the floor for a vote. He blocked the bill, and you know why?
Why?
Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys got what I said. This is what I said. I said, if you are in charge, and you've also mentioned that the president is one of the most transformative president of the United States of this generation, and you are the current vice president. Why would you not take responsibility for whatever is going on during your term? And you put the blame on the former administration. That's not, that's not gonna work.
Watching this now, I mean, Jamal, you know her very well, former communications director for Harris. An event like this, is how important is this, you think, for her?
Oh, it's very important. She started doing these moderated conversations about a year or so after she was in the White House, beginning of 2022, middle of 2022. She started doing this. She did one with Keke Palmer at the Essence Festival, some other ones, and she's been continuing to do them for the last couple of years. And what happens is she gets in the rhythm of being able to have a conversation where you've lowered the pressure on some of these big speeches, but sometimes, frankly, don't always go as well as you might want. You lower the pressure on like a big interview, but you have a conversation where you can see her personality come through, and people respond really well to that. I think she's very comfortable in the space, and I think you'll see tonight that people will continue to think she's doing a good job.
Well, just listening to her here, she's continuing to thread the needle here on this immigration issue, talking about immigrants in a compassionate manner, but also needling the former president for squashing that bipartisan border enforcement bill. So she has that issue, I would say, down pat, and it'll be interesting to see how voters respond to that, if that's a sufficient answer for voters. But I think what was also important about this event tonight is they partnered with Win with Black Women. They, of course, are an organizing force in this country. They had that Zoom call several weeks ago when it was announced that the vice president would be the candidate. More than 90,000 women tuned into that call. They raised $1.5 million in just about 3 hours. And Black women are just going to play such an important role in this election. So many Democratic women have often said that they don't feel as though that they are invested in when it comes to them being candidates. Well, now the top of the ticket is a Black woman. And so for them to be a partner in this event tonight, I think is a really important strategic choice.
Philip?
The thing that struck me is when we went to that exchange, the first conversation was about the effect that individual people can have. And we were just talking about all these polls in Pennsylvania that show that it's close. And I think one of the questions when Harris became the nominee is, was she going to be able to close the gap that had grown between Trump and Biden? We saw that, yes, she was. And then the next question was she going to be able to extend that gap? And we haven't seen that has happened. We haven't seen that she's...
And this is the thing. Most people say, like Lord Nog says she is a vice president and that role has basically no power. Say you're right. Let's just say you're right. However, she does say that the current president of the United States now, Joe Biden, is the greatest president of our generation. So she looks up to him, meaning his values are her values. She says Bidenomics is working. I get it. It is what it is. You have to support your leader. But if she says he's the greatest president of our generation, what does that tell you about her?
Taken a 5-6 point national leader in these state polls, as Harry pointed out. And so that means that with 7 weeks left, the key is getting people to vote. And so when she makes those comments to that group of people there in that room saying, hey, it's up to you, the obvious point here is we need you to go vote. And that's what it is. This is a turnout race. It's a turnout race because these polls are close. It's going to come down to who actually is coming out and casting a ballot over the course of the next early voting period and then on Election Day. And that's what that event is focused on. It's focused on making sure that they know you have to vote. This is incumbent upon you more than me at this point.
Harry, this is Harry's line of business here around the polls. But, it's interesting. Phil just said something. People keep expecting her to expand her lead in a way that I think just might not hold up in our modern context. That would mean Donald Trump would have to lose support. And he's really been like a 47, 48% candidate. I don't know that we're ever going to see him drop down to 45%.
I tend to doubt it. Look, we've had national elections in this country that have been decided by single digits since 1988. It's the longest such stretch since we've had the popular vote being counted in the 1800s. But, just talking about Kamala Harris's strengths as a candidate, right? You go back 2 months ago when she became the presumptive Democratic nominee, her net favorability ratings were something like -14, -15 points. She has climbed all the way back. And now if you take an average of polls, her net favorability rating is actually positive. It's because of events like tonight. The only other thing I'll mention, Eva was mentioning black women. One of the more interesting sort of nuggets that we've seen in the crosstabs, we've seen it in Pennsylvania, is Kamala Harris has certainly improved upon her standing with black voters overall versus what Joe Biden was doing earlier on in this year, but she is still falling short of Biden's benchmark in 2020. I think one of the big questions going forward is, can she actually reach that benchmark that Biden set in 2020? Because if she does, she'll likely win this election.
These are the same people that said Joe Biden was sharp, smart, and can 100% run again. Now, do we trust the same people? I don't know. I just don't know. All right, let's listen to Tulsi Gabbard on how the OG plans to sway voters.
We have new polling tonight that shows voters were impressed by how Vice President Kamala Harris performed in her debate with former President Donald Trump. The latest numbers show that 67% of voters, likely voters, I should say that they believe Harris did well. 40% said the same of Donald Trump. The numbers hold across demographics when you dig into this. It's a majority of every race, age, and education level saying that Harris, they believe, did better. Of course, you look deeper into these numbers and the race itself remains deadlocked. My source on all of this helped prepare Donald Trump for that debate and is now a Trump transition team co-chair, Tulsi Gabbard. And it's great to have you here. When you do look at these numbers, and we talked about Pennsylvania a moment ago, but just overall, we've got 46 days to go before the election. Neither one of them has a decisive advantage. What do you think that Trump needs to do over these next 7 weeks to change that?
I think he's going to continue to stay very focused on reaching out to voters, not taking a single person for granted, and talking to them about the issues that they care about most, that impact their everyday lives the most. This is such a unique situation that we all find ourselves in, where we have two people running for president who actually have a record. So it's not just about, are these empty campaign promises? Voters will actually be able to compare the record of President Trump through his first term in the White House and the last 4 years under Vice President Harris and Joe Biden. And there are very clear contrasts between them on almost every single major issue that Americans are concerned about, whether we're talking about the economy and the cost of living, something that was drastically lower for most Americans under President Trump than what they've experienced over the last 4 years. We look at border security, we look at crime, we look at domestic policy and foreign policy. In each of these areas, President Trump will continue to share with voters his record of success and remind them about how overall the quality of life for the American people was much better under him and why he looks forward to coming back into office to improve their quality of life once again.
You helped prep for the first debate. Do you think a second debate where, I heard from some advisors and allies who thought he did not do a good enough job drawing that contrast the first time. Do you think a second debate where maybe he did that more would be helpful to him when we look at these numbers?
Yeah, Caitlin, I think the numbers that you just showed, people's opinions on the debate versus how they're actually going to vote, that the race is still very close, kind of just illustrates, frankly, how these debates have become nothing more than political theater that political pundits like to focus on and talk about a lot. And a lot of the mainstream media likes to talk about the debates. But when it comes down to voters, what they really care about most are hearing from these candidates about their issues and about their record. And so I've had personal experience with this when I ran for president in 2020. It was a frustrating situation where, you've got 90 seconds, maybe 2 minutes to talk about very serious issues that people are impacted by every day. So President Trump's going to continue to stay focused. He is working hard. He is traveling and going and seeing voters exactly where they are.
You talked about a disciplined campaign and having that. When Trump is in North Carolina on Saturday, a must-win state, do you share that others have about Mark Robinson and the new reporting that came out today about the candidate and the comments that he's made, given Trump has emphatically endorsed him? Do you think he should disavow him?
Based on what I've seen in the news today, those are questions for Mark Robinson. President Trump is running for president, not Mark Robinson. So what I know is that he is going to continue to stay very focused on his mission and not be distracted from his effort to try to save our country from the disaster that would occur if Kamala Harris is elected as our president and commander-in-chief. And so that's what's driving him. That's what he cares most about. And that's what he's going to continue to stay focused on doing.
Yeah, I just think we've heard concerns about whether it hurts turnout or how Republicans in North Carolina feel about that, of course, with Mark Robinson at the top of the ticket, of course, underneath Donald Trump as he's running in that state. But I want to ask you about another issue in this election, because you've spoken very candidly and really personally about a struggle that you've had with IVF, which is something that I think a lot of women can relate to. I know a lot of women can relate to because we've had many of them on this show. I wonder if you have concerns that the Trump-Vance ticket alienates other women who may have gone through that when we're talking about past comments on childless cat ladies, or when Governor Sarah Sanders of Arkansas is saying, you know, her kids humble her, but Harris doesn't have anyone to humble her.
I think those things are some of the many distractions away from actually sharing with voters what President Trump's position is on IVF. I spoke to him about this. He didn't know I was going to ask him a question. He didn't know what I was going through, but we did a town hall in La Crosse, Wisconsin, where I shared with him the struggles that my husband and I went through in trying to start our own family, and how we went through multiple rounds of IVF as part of that process. And unfortunately, it didn't work out for us, but it does help so many families. And President Trump shared with me what he has been consistent in all along, is how much he supports people's efforts who are going through these struggles, how much he supports IVF, even going farther than I think anyone else has, as far as I know, in politics, in making sure that we have access. As you know, it's extremely expensive. Even for service members in the military, TRICARE doesn't cover IVF. So for him to take that action and say he wants to make sure that it's accessible for everyone, even if you don't have money, this is the truth about President Trump's position on this, as well as a whole host of other issues that Vice President Kamala Harris and many in the mainstream media continue to lie about and foment fear about, as though he is not supportive of families and women who are going through this very tough period.
Yeah, we've never said that he's not supportive of IVF. I mean, he himself has stated that. But you're the transition co-chair, and Trump's plan about paying, either having the government pay for it or insurers cover it. Is there a plan in the works to develop that? Because Tom Cotton told me earlier this week that he had not been briefed on one yet.
Well, President Trump is focused on earning the trust and confidence and votes of Americans in this country. As you pointed out, we have just 47 days left before Election Day, and that's what he's focused his energy on right now. I know there are people who are working on the policy front, but he is very much focused on getting out there and speaking the truth about his record and Kamala Harris's record, so that people can understand the truth and not be distracted by all of these other things.
Tulsi Gabbard, thank you for joining us tonight.
Shout out to Jessica Wees. Jessica Wees, I see you. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. We just heard Tulsi Gabbard. Some people say she should have been the vice presidential nominee, but she was a Democrat and she just became an independent. I don't know if she's a Republican now, but most people said Vivek or Tulsi should have been the vice presidential pick. All right. How are you guys doing this morning? It is currently 4:34 a.m. Today's date is September 20th, 2024. You know what time it is. Let's get it. Okay, so back to business. Let's listen to. There was a conversation by, first of all, let's see how they're doing, how Kamala and Trump at the polls right now. Because some people are saying Trump is winning by a lot, and some people are saying, hell no, Kamala is leading by a lot. So let's go see what CNN is talking about. Let's get it. Let's get it. Smash the like button.
47 days until November 5th, Election Day, and new polling out today points to an overarching theme. The race for the White House will likely be one of the tightest contests in modern American history, with Harris and Trump deadlocked across several battleground states. In Pennsylvania, the state that could determine the election, a new CNN poll of polls shows the two candidates in a dead heat race with no clear leader. Let's turn now to CNN senior data reporter Harry Enton for a deeper dive on all of this. Harry, obviously the race on a razor's edge, and this new polling out of Pennsylvania, this new analysis, there's a lot to decipher there.
Oh, there's so much to decipher, Boris. I mean, I woke up at 4:30 this morning looking at all the polling data. I got no sleep. I was deep down in the spreadsheets. And here's the reason why. Look at this. We have gotten a bevy, a slew, a buffet of polling, whatever way you want to put it. Harris in Trump in Pennsylvania. This is the margin. Quinnipiac, you got 5 for Harris. How about the New York Times? You got 4 for Harris. Franklin and Marshall, 3. You notice we're coming down the line. Trump's doing a little bit better. How about the Washington Post? Just a 1-point lead for Harris, well within the margin of error. And Marist College, a tie. So the bottom line is, looking at this data, you see perhaps a slight lead for Harris, but then you work your way all the way back to your right side of the screen, and you get a tie. As you put it, my dear friend, very tight in the Keystone State.
And how about this new fresh Michigan and Wisconsin polling that's come out over the last day?
Yeah, all right. So I gave you 5 polls here. That's a lot of numbers to digest. So let's kind of dive in. We're going to look at Michigan, we're going to look at Wisconsin, and we're going to look at Pennsylvania, and we're going to basically close it in on an average, right? Take it all together, package it up, nice bow on the top of it to make it easy. So this is the Great Lake battleground states. In Michigan, +2 for Harris. Pennsylvania, you mentioned at the top, +2 for Harris. How about Wisconsin? +2 for Harris on average. The bottom line is, Boris, in these battleground states, it is so tight, no clear leader. Now, what does this mean for the electoral map? Because I think that is so important. You look at this and you say, okay, these numbers, what do these exactly mean? Let's talk about the race to 270 electoral votes, all right? Now, what I'm going to do in this situation is I'm going to say that the polling averages are right on. Now, they could be off by a little bit, and Trump could benefit from that and win with those polling averages the way they are. But let's just say the polling averages are right on. So we'll give Kamala Harris Wisconsin. We'll give her Michigan, and of course we'll give her what I think is the most important state in this election, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. If you give Kamala Harris all 3 of these states, even if she loses in Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina, here's the key number. In the race to 270, she would get to exactly 270 electoral votes. But if you just took one of these states away, Boris, she would fall below that margin. So that is why you led this off by saying it is the closest race in a generation. It has been that way nationally. And when you look at these battleground states, there's no other way to describe it, my dear friend, than too close to call.
There is also the possibility, Harry, with these razor-thin margins, that if she somehow loses that congressional district in Nebraska, that the one in Omaha, that one electoral vote, we could be thrust into a tie, and then it's up to the House of Representatives. So a lot of things are possible there. What I want to ask you about, though, Harry, Taylor Swift, a lot of this polling has come out since she endorsed the vice president. Does this new polling find anything interesting in terms of her popularity with voters?
I think it does, because we always talk about Taylor Swift and the young vote. I think that might not necessarily be all that correct. At least depends on your definition of young. All right, this is Taylor Swift's net favorability rating. I want you to look at voters, likely voters under the age of 30. It's just +6 among Generation Z. It's actually our generation, Mr. Sanchez, which is where Taylor Swift is the most popular. Age 30 to 44, where her net favorability rating is +18. So if you're a big fan of Taylor Swift, chances are you're giving away your age in a way you might not want to. It turns out that the Taylor Swift fans are more likely to be a little bit older than I think is commonly assumed, and that might not be necessarily good news for me or for you or for our dear friend Brianna?
Harry, I think you've got to recalibrate your definition of young. Just a bit of advice. Just a bit of advice. Harry
No.
No?
Don't try and get rid of me that easily. We're not.
No.
I
Adjust the
think my
standard
definition of young is
deviation.
right.
Adjust the standard deviation, Harry. It's time. Thanks so much, buddy. Great to see you.
Bye.
So today, Vice President Harris is zeroing in on the swing state of Michigan. As you saw from Harry, it is one of those 3 key blue wall states, and she's going to have some serious star power at a big event planned for tonight. Harris is going to hold a virtual rally with the help of Oprah Winfrey. They're going to be targeting a key coalition that could help her win not just Michigan, but other important battleground states. CNN's Eva McKen joins us now live with more details. So Eva, are we expecting a huge turnout for this Zoom call rally?
Well, the campaign always is measured when they set expectations. But yes, Boris, I think it is going to be quite significant. That Win with Black Women call, that initial call that happened after we had this shakeup in the Democratic ticket is quite instructive. More than 90,000 women tuned in from across the country. It raised more than $1.5 million within about 3 hours. And so Win with Black Women is one of the partners tonight in this event. And so I think that it is going to be huge. I tuned into that call several weeks ago, and what you heard from these Black women from all across the country was that they finally feel viewed as part of the process. That so long Democrats have been, Black women have been the backbone of the Democratic Party, but now they feel as though they are being represented at the highest levels. So I think you are going to have a lot of engagement tonight. The entire goal is to fire up all of these key coalitions that do the important work of registering voters, Boris, and knocking on doors.
Eva, I want to ask you about some Axios polling that came out recently from Alex Thompson, a CNN colleague we should note, and he tabulated the number of interviews that both Harris and her running mate, Governor Walz, had done, and it pales in comparison to the number done by Donald Trump and J.D. Vance since Harris became the nominee some 60 days ago or so. I'm wondering, when you're talking to sources, do they tell you that this is part of a strategy, this kind of avoidance of the press?
So everything I glean from my conversations with Harris allies is they just don't see any benefit to this. They see, it's a time game, Boris. You know this well, that there's nothing more valuable than a candidate's time. And in this truncated campaign, they want her out, sometimes in intimate spaces with voters, having that one-on-one connection. And they lose that time if they are prepping intensely for an intense policy-driven interview with a news organization, I think to the great frustration of us. And so this does not surprise me. I think that in addition to these big rallies, they certainly have the money for them. They also want to do these sort of micro events where they're connecting very strategically with voters in the 7 key battleground states. And that doesn't leave a whole lot of time for news interviews.
There is great incentive for coming on CNN News Central. I should point out, we like to have a good time here, as Eva McKen well knows.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much, Eva. Appreciate it.
I definitely do not agree with not talking to the press or shying away from the press. If you're going to be the next president of the United States, you should be able to have a conversation with the American public through the press, through interviews and stuff. All right, double tap your screen right now. Double tap your screen right now. Smash the like button. Also, subscribe to the channel. Yesterday, Oprah Winfrey had a sit-down conversation with Kamala Harris, and we got to listen to it. Okay, we got to listen to it. Let's get it.
Everybody on screen, thank you. Thanks for joining us for this very special event, Unite for America! And that's exactly what we're doing live tonight, uniting from Farmington Hills in Oakland County, Michigan. We have 400 people in our audience and thousands more. Hello, all of you on screen. Hello, everybody on screen. thousands more joining us on screen. And I am here because I care deeply about the future of our country. And I know that all of you do too. You care about the future of our country. And we just saw on this tape this grassroots, people-powered movement behind Kamala Harris has unleashed a unifying force unlike anything we've seen in politics in a very long time. And I know lots of people are feeling it because it actually is hope and joy rising. And there's been a, can you feel it? You can feel it. You can feel it. You can feel it. We can feel it. We can feel it. You can feel it. You can feel it. There's been so much talk. There's been so much talk about that word joy, and I think it's such a good thing because it means that there is a real feeling of optimism and hope, making that comeback, as Michelle Obama said, for this new day that's no longer on the horizon. The new day is actually here. We're in it. We're living it. So let me tell you how this event began. I was on the phone with Joteka Edie, founder of Win with Black Women. We're going to be talking to her a little later on. And we were talking about all the groups inspired by Win with Black Women who had 47,000 women on one call 3 hours after Kamala Harris announced that she was going to be running. 3 hours afterwards, 47,000 women were on the phone. And Joteka and I were talking, wouldn't it be great if we brought all the groups together? Because that phone call inspired all the other groups. And so we said, wouldn't it be great if we brought all the groups together at one time? And that's why we're here. So we have the Cat Ladies for Kamala here. Rural Americans for Harris. Caregivers for Kamala. Train lovers for Harris Waltz. I didn't know there were train lovers. Train lovers, chefs for Kamala, love that group. Republicans for Harris, love that group even more. We've got Swifties, where are you? Swifties for Kamala! And in addition to thousands of you all who I am just meeting here tonight on screen, I see some faces I recognize. There's Bryan Cranston. Hey, Bryan.
Hey. Hello, hello, hello.
Where are you? Bryan Cranston! I hear Chris Rock is in the house. Chris, where are you? Chris Rock is in the house. Ben Stiller, Jennifer Lopez, Tracy Ellis Ross. Jennifer Lopez! Where are you, Jennifer? Yes! Tracy Ellis Ross, where are you? Tracy Ellis, where are you on the screen? Tracy Ellis. Julia Roberts, where are you? And Miss Meryl Streep is in the house. So glad to have all of you familiar faces and those of you who are not yet.
Bro, what? Every celebrity for Harris? Gee, goddamn. Whoo! If Trump wins with all of these big dogs supporting Kamala, I mean, Breaking Bad, bro. Come on, man. Come on, bro. I used to really like you, bro. But I don't care. You know, it is what it is. Vote for who you want to vote for. But goddamn, you should, man, come on, bro.
Yet familiar to all of us. Okay, Bryan, so happy to have you here tonight. Bryan Cranston, what do you want to say? Why did you want to join us here tonight?
I'm just smiling from ear to ear, Oprah. I have never felt this much joy and optimism in a campaign in a long time. So I'm just so appreciative of Kamala to be able to bring back that sense of optimism and to squash the cynicism and the vitriol and the rancor that just seems to be floating all around Washington. And I hope that we're going to ride this wave into Washington. I'm here to support. I can't be happier than this candidate. I think she's going to be a terrific president.
Thank you, Brian Cranston.
Not you, bro. It should not be you, bro. Bro, I really, really, really liked you in Breaking Bad. Come on, man. Don't let them drag you into this BS. Come on, bro. Come on, my dog. Come on, bro. Mr. White. Mr. White. You see, you can't even find Jesse. Jesse isn't here. Jesse knows what time it is. Come on, Mr. White.
So, thanks, Brian. Thank you so much for joining us all the way from London. Chris Rock, so it's the middle of the night there. You're the one who told me, remember, Chris and I ran into each other this summer, and Chris, no matter where you meet him, he's funny. He goes, there's going to be weeping in the streets. Are we ready for the weeping in the streets? When Kamala Harris becomes president of the United States of America. Weeping in the streets. What do you want to say, sir?
I've always been a fan of Kamala, even back when she was running for, I remember writing her a check when she was like the district attorney for something. Maybe it was to get out of a parking ticket or something. But I've been writing her checks for a long time. And I just want to bring my daughters to the White House to meet this Black woman president.
That's a reason. That's a reason.
That's a reason. I think she would make a great president. And I'm ready to turn the page, man.
Yeah.
All the hate, the negativity, it's got to stop.
Yeah, we're so sick of the negativity. Thank you so much, Chris, for being up this early in the morning in London.
About bringing your daughter to the White House. I got a 4-year-old daughter. She's gonna be 5 next month. I think that's a valid reason to say you want to vote for, a woman to be the next president of the United States. However, it is about substance. It's about values. It's about what this person stands for. Do I think, the daughters now, the women now that have children that are daughters, do they even know the name of the vice president today? Like 2, 3, 4 months ago, if you asked your children, your daughters, if you say, who was the vice president of the United States? People will be like, I don't know. They didn't even know who the vice president was. And keep in mind, this is the first woman vice president of the United States ever, but yet nobody even knew. Then all of a sudden now she's gonna be the president and everybody's gonna, be inspired by that. Your kids were not inspired by the first woman vice president of the United States ever. Ever, bro. That's enough to get inspired. So you think they're gonna get inspired when she becomes the president when they don't even know who she was like 2 months ago? I don't know, bro.
Thank you. Ben Stiller. Ben Stiller, I heard you were on the comics for Kamala, and so I want to know where all the comics Kamala?
They were, and I didn't outdo anyone. I was probably the least fun of all the comics. But it was really, it was great though, because everybody was so energized. And I got to go to the convention and see her speech, which was just incredible, and feeling that energy, feeling kind of going from a stop Trump mode into a go Kamala mode, the people starting to, really hear what she's about. And, I have a 22-year-old daughter, 19-year-old son who's going to be voting in his first election. My daughter's, her reproductive rights are incredibly important. Standing up for.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. And I think
standing up for,
Yeah,
Yep.
I think what Chris said, we're ready to turn the page. Thank you, Ben Stiller. So we are all together, united for one cause.
I definitely loved Ben Stiller in The Secret Life of Walter Mitty. I really love that movie. I'm not even gonna cap. I really love Ben Stiller in that movie. However, everybody's entitled to cast their vote for whoever they want to vote for. That's not gonna make me love you less. But I just believe Jesus, bro. Come on.
And that is to get out the vote for Kamala Harris. Joteka Edie is here, and you describe Win with Black Women as a collective love letter to ourselves. I know you all been doing this a long time. I was on a lot of calls with y'all in 2020, but we ain't never seen nothing like this before, right? Stand up, tell us what is happening. Explain the power of what happened 3 hours after Kamala, we knew that she was going to step into this candidacy.
First of all, Oprah, this is amazing to just be united. And that night, Black women everywhere, we knew one thing. We wanted to gather in our joy, and we knew that we needed to get to work. And on that night, Black women, the 44,000 on that Zoom, and the additional 50,000 Black women and our friends that joined to watch that Zoom, what we knew was that it was a moment in our country to show what Black women have always done. That love letter that I often speak of, that love letter is a letter that started years before any of us in this room, you, myself, were even born. And it started by Black women years ago who knew this moment would be here. But they worked, and they knew they wouldn't see it, but one day we would. And I just think that it is an honor for all of us to be able to usher in this moment, knowing that those who watered this mighty field are now allowing us to eat of the fruit of the trees that is there.
Thank you so much. And so, as I said, that call from Win with Black Women is what inspired all the other groups. So White Dudes for Harris raised a bunch of money. Lead organizer Ross Morales Roquetto is here, right? Ross? And I hear that my producer told me you've been working in politics a long time, and that really for more than 20 years, and that you said you hadn't seen anything like this.
I haven't seen anything like this since 2008, when President Obama was elected. And when he got elected, it was about a newness and a hope. This time, it's about an exuberance and an excitement that you only get from hard-fought wins and hard-fought losses and knowing what's at stake. And that's why we're not going back.
That's why we're not going back. We're not going back. Thank you, Mr. White Dude. Thank you so much. Khalil Thompson is the founder of Win with Black Men. Khalil, what do you want Black men to know about this election?
Well, thank you, Oprah and Ms. Winfrey, for allowing us to be here and share in this amazing moment tonight. Brothers, men who are watching this and enjoying this moment, you have a choice. I choose experience and fortitude over something else. I come from a litany of amazing Black women, Kathy, Jahan, Megan Janelle, and I have an amazing 7-year-old CEO who runs my life. Hopefully she at home finished her homework. But we have a chance to do a performance review and give a promotion to the best qualified candidate to be president of the United States.
Okay, so let me just ask you this.
Well, I am a brother. My brother. I am a brother. And I am voting for the OG, the Big T, the 45th President of the United States, maybe the 47th if you do what you're supposed to do. The facts are the borders were safer. There was no new wars. We didn't have to send billions of munitions to Ukraine. The gas prices were much more affordable. Groceries were much more affordable. Interest rate, much more affordable. Mortgage rate, the lowest since forever during the OG's term, because it got down to about 2.89% at a point. That's just wild. Nobody has ever seen that type of mortgage rate ever. But we got it during the OG's period. So, you know, HBCU funding, opportunity zones, First Step Act that freed a lot of African American men from prisons. That's something that we should care about. We should care about. Now, in contrast, am I saying that Kamala Harris isn't going to be able to get things done? I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, what has she done though? You should be running based on performance, not based on what you're going to do, especially if you are in office.
Sorry. On the way here, when I was coming through the airport, black man stopped me and he said, I guess he knew I was coming here for something like this. And he goes, well, I'm just tell you, I'm voting for Trump. And I'm voting for Trump because he gave me that check. And so I've heard that from several people, that I got the check, he gave us the check, and so therefore, forget about everything else. It's about the checks.
Well, what he doesn't know is that Congress actually paid for the check and the American people paid for it. 45 just signed it, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Look, there's a...
So what do you want to say to that kind of thinking? Because a lot of people feel that way.
We're not a monolith. You can have your viewpoint and views for where you believe, but I think choosing, if I have the choice to go into someone to make the best decision for my family, I don't want someone who has 34 convictions. I don't want someone who is going to choose hate over choosing the best possible way to unite us as a country. And so I see Vice President Harris as being the best person to do that.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Shannon Watts. Shannon Watts is the organizer of White Women Answer the Call. Shannon, what do you want to say? What do you want to say specifically to white women in Oakland County, white women throughout the United States about this moment in answering the call?
Even if you are a white woman who is voting for Kamala Harris, that's not enough. You have to get off the sidelines and do the work like black women and black men have been doing for decades, and follow the lead of people like Jotega Edie, whose lead we followed on our call. We have to be waking up every day and phone banking and knocking doors and sending texts, but most important, we have to be persuading the white women in our lives. We may be part of the 47%, but we know the 53%. They're our mothers and our sisters and our friends, and we have to tell them to vote not just in their own self-interests, but in all women's best interests.
Right, and so that's what tonight is all about. Tonight is all about leaving this moment here and figuring out what it is you can do in your own home, in your own community, in your own district to spread the word and spread the vote. So Bianca Shaw is the youth director for South Asians for Harris. What are you hearing from the South Asian community?
Yes, thank you so much for that question. I want to start off and say, when I answered that call that I would be here, I said me. Are you sure? Because I cannot believe it, but thank you so much. South Asians for Harris, we are an official, AANHPI campaign affiliate with the group, and I just want to say that the aunties, the uncles, the students, we're coming out in numbers we've never seen before, out to mobilize for Kamala Devi Harris in this campaign, because not only does she represent, our South Asian heritage, our love for Idli, but she also represents the values that, our parents, our grandparents immigrated to this country to keep and maintain. And she does that so well, and we need to maintain that.
Thank you. It's about the values. I'm with you. Thank you. Okay, before the Vice President joins us, I want to bring out a local Michigander. I love saying Michigander around here. She's known as Big Gretch. Please welcome Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
Big Gretch. Fresh in the new trend. Yeah, that's Big Gretch. Throw that bump on her face, that's Big Gretch. We ain't even about to stretch.
Gretchen Whitmer. We're so happy to be in your state.
Thank you. I'm glad you're here.
Yes, and we want everybody who can vote, obviously, to vote, but it's very important for women. So what do you want to say to women?
Well, this is going to be a big, close race. Michigan is always tight. We know we're feeling good, but we got to translate that feeling into action. We deserve a leader who is strong and kind. It's not mutually exclusive. And that's why I think this moment is so important for all of us today, but for our kids and future generations too. There's so much at stake here, from our individual reproductive freedom to the ability to get ahead and make a good living and take care of your family. That's all on the line this election.
Yes, strong and kind.
Yes.
Isn't that a notion? And what can Michigan do to help get Kamala Harris to the White House?
I think we've got to do the hard work. In 2016, we were short 11,000 votes. That's 2 votes per precinct, which tells you that a conversation you have with a loved one or a neighbor or a fellow parishioner, whomever in your life you can talk to, we've got to do it. Do something, as Michelle Obama said at the convention.
Well, this is what we're doing tonight. We're doing something. Thank you for allowing us in your
Thank you.
state. Thank you so much.
Is so inspired by the grassroots organizations that have come together like this, and it is making us stronger as a campaign to work together. We wouldn't be here without them today. We have 47 days left, and you all know the stakes or you wouldn't be here. And while we have this extraordinary growing enthusiasm that the Vice President and Governor Walz are seeing everywhere, we are still in a margin of error race. It's tied. It's tied right here in Michigan. It's tied in all the battleground states. So it's going to take all of us to build a pathway, many pathways to 270 electoral votes. That's what we're focused on in the campaign. In every state, we have to register more people. We have to mobilize our voters to turn out to vote. And then we have got to go persuade those people that still don't know enough about the Vice President and her vision for the future. And if we
All right, everybody, double tap your screen right now. We are waiting on Madam Vice President to grace the stage and have a conversation with Oprah. So double tap your screen, double tap your screen, double tap your screen, regardless of who you're voting for. If you're voting for Trump, definitely double tap your screen. If you're voting for Kamala, then you need to double tap your screen because we're streaming her right now. This is something that you may not have been watching if you weren't on this stream. So double tap your screen and let's listen to Kamala Harris.
do that together, all of us, we're going to get over the top, but it's really going to take all of us. And to make sure that you're working in your own lives, have those hard conversations in big and small ways. We're going to inch our way over the finish line because we're going to be able to do it together.
And don't you need money?
Well, we do. We do. And these groups need money too. All of us do, because the work is happening on the ground and in the communities. So if you want to help in any way at all in the campaign, go to go.kamalaharris.com. But if you want to help and not be formally engaged with us and join any of these groups here, that's what we need too. It's going to take all of us.
Yes, and I think that everybody on the screens, everybody in this room, everybody who's listening, you become your own grassroots organization when we leave this moment that we're sharing here tonight, and you do what you can in your community. It's not enough just to join us all. We love having you here, but the rah-rah moment is going to end, and then we need to get to work. We need to get busy. Okay, thank you, Jim. I have to just say this, that the social media team for the Harris campaign has been killing it. They have been killing it. I think that team helped spark this people-led movement. And here's a short look at the rallying cry across social media.
I'm watching the Kamala Harris rally right now, and wow, I'm like crying.
So Tony and I just got done knocking 48 doors in King of Prussia, Pennsylvania. Majority, if not all, independent Republican libertarian doors.
Republicans for Harris is growing explosively too. We just need to get back to a place.
Hi. So welcome to... Oh, hello! Madam Vice President. Hello. Welcome to Michigan.
It's so good to be back. And Governor, thank you for everything you are and everything you do for this state. Thank you.
Well,
thank you.
Can you see this? We have 1,000 screens here representing people from all over the country.
Hi, everyone.
Can you feel? Can you feel? Can you feel it? Can you feel the joy rising in here?
I can, and I have to tell you, there's so much that I love about our campaign, because it really is about the people. And I look around at these screens, Oprah, I look at who's in the room, and this is America.
This is
America. You know, I was saying with a group of friends earlier, I think in this moment where we've dealt with so much that I think is quite exhausting around powerful forces that would try and divide us and try us to have us as Americans pointing fingers at each other.
Yes.
That this movement that is about reminding each other that we have so much more in common than what separates us is so critically important. And this is about the strength of who we are as Americans. And this movement that we're in about, as I like to say, seeing in the face of a stranger a neighbor.
Yes, yes,
right?
yes, yes.
An extension of love thy neighbor, that you literally in the face of a stranger see a neighbor.
Yes.
And approach each other with that level of dignity and grace and kindness.
Well, that's exactly what happened with the Win with Black Women. I know you've known Joe Taker for many years.
Thank you, my
That's
dear.
exactly what happened.
She started it.
They had to be called. They had to be called and then said, let's open the door. Yeah. Let's open the door and invite everybody else in, and everybody actually came.
Organically.
Yes.
Organically. Like, this is the beauty of our country. You know, there's so much at stake in this election. And ultimately, the question before us is, what kind of country do we want to live in? And the beauty of a democracy, as long as we can hold on to it, the beauty of a democracy is each of us has the power. Each of us has the power to answer that question.
That's right. Everybody on this call and beyond has the power. But can I just start with this?
Yes, please.
I have to say this because in all of my private conversations, Gail, and I've said this 100 times, and everybody is saying it, you all have said it, I know you have. It seems to us that something happened to you the moment President Biden, stepped aside and withdrew his candidacy, that a veil or something dropped and you just stepped into your power? I mean, literally, looking at you at a speech like the week before, which was a great speech, very nice, and then the next week, I saw you walking in the thing. And I said, what happened to you?
You know, we each have those moments in our lives where it's time to step up.
Time to step up.
Time to step up, you know?
Well, the moment you heard, I mean, I really have been saying to people, it felt like a veil dropped and you sort of stepped through that veil. Did you feel like that?
I felt a sense of responsibility, to be honest with you. And with that comes a sense of purpose. But I mean, we're all here and you all are taking time out of your busy lives, everyone here, everyone on the screen, because there really is so much at stake. You know, I have spent the majority of my career being concerned about the well-being of other people.
Yeah.
As I've said, in my career as a prosecutor, I never looked at a victim or a witness and asked them, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them is, are you okay?
Are you okay? I know when I heard that.
You know?
Touch me.
And traveling this country and knowing what is at stake in terms of fundamental freedoms, what's at stake in terms of fighting against hate and those efforts to divide us. And I do know that I'm in a position to do something about it. So I felt a great responsibility. And the incredible power of the people, right? Who, you know, I'm not the only leader in this. We're all leaders in this. This is so much bigger than me. It's about who we are as Americans. And it's about making clear what we stand for. And what we stand for is, it is about the ideals upon which we were founded, including the importance of freedom and the importance of independence and the importance of dignity and purpose. But it is also about what we stand for in terms of our values. I think of it this way.
I think a lot boils down to values. I just said values are on the line here.
It does. I mean, think about it, Oprah. The idea that some would suggest and that my opponent and it suggests, which is that the measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down. Come on. The real measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you lift up. And it's important for us
Absolutely.
to articulate that.
You know, ever since the debate, we feel for our fellow citizens in Springfield. Do you not think about the fellow citizens in Springfield, Ohio, the Haitian families, the non-Haitian families, everybody?
So lift us up, Kamala, because these goddamn grocery prices aren't lifting us up. Them gas prices are not lifting us up. You said the only thing you've always asked people, you say you don't ask if they're Democrats or Republicans. You say you always ask, are you okay? Well, go on ahead and ask us because we ain't damn goddamn okay, okay? We ain't okay. Hey.
Having to deal with this lie that has endangered the lives of Haitian people and anybody who looks Haitian. Everybody in America feels for that. And everybody in America, left, right, middle, has concerns about immigration.
Yeah.
And I'm told that Justin, where are you in the audience? Justin.
Hello.
In our audience.
Hello, Madam Vice President.
You live in Michigan.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't love saying hello, Madam Vice President.
I do.
What's your question? It's an immigration question.
My question for you is, when you become president, what would be your specific steps? Yeah, of course. What would be specific steps to strengthening the border?
So it's a wonderful and important question. You know, my background was as a prosecutor, and I was also the elected Attorney General for 2 terms of a border state. So this is not a theoretical issue for me. This is something I've actually worked on. Okay. I have prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. I take very seriously the importance of having a secure border and ensuring the safety of the American people. Sadly, where we are now can be traced most recently back to the fact that when the United States Congress, members of the Congress, including some of the most conservative Republicans, came up with a border security bill. And here's what that border security bill would have done. It would have put 1,500 more border agents at the border. Let me tell you, those border agents are working around the clock. It would have just been about giving them some support and relief, which is probably why the border agents actually endorsed the bill. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl. And I'm looking at people from all over the country here, so I don't need to tell the folks who are watching this what fentanyl has done to families, to kids in our country, and the need to take seriously stemming the flow coming into our country and addressing that extraordinary and tragic issue in terms of its effect. The bill would have allowed us to have more resources to prosecute transnational criminal organizations. And it would have been part of the solution. And Donald Trump called up those folks and said, don't put that bill on the floor for a vote. He blocked the bill, and you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And he has put his personal political security before border security. Because understand, even in the intervening months, what that bill would.
This is the same thing I said when I first watched the highlight of this sit down conversation with Oprah and Kamala. You are not allowed to blame your predecessors on whatever failure is going on during your administration. You need to take charge and take responsibility so you can actually find a solution. You cannot keep blaming who came before you. This is why we have what we have now. This is insecure because the person that came before me didn't sign the bill. You said Joe Biden is the most transformative, the greatest president of our generation. So talk to him and get all of these things that you want to get done in the next 4 years. Start doing it now because he obviously has executive power. So you can use that now and let us see, oh, truly she's about the business. She's not just all talk. Show us something, man.
Have done to give support to folks who care about this issue. And this again gets to the point about what does leadership really look like? And is it about you or is it about the people? Right. Is it about running on problems or fixing problems? My work and my career has always been about saying, let's fix problems. Let's address the needs, because we know it's within our capacity to do that.
So to answer Justin's question, now that that bill has gone and hasn't passed, will you reintroduce that?
Absolutely, and when I am elected President of the United States, I will make sure that bill gets to my desk and I will sign it into law.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin.
Listen to this. A majority of young Americans, 18 to 34, say that the cost of living is their top issue ahead of the election. Let's take a look.
Groceries are extremely expensive right now.
I don't understand how people are affording life right now.
For so many Americans, the high cost of living is their top concern this election.
Rach, we have $435 to last us till the end of the month. Okay?
What?
In Philadelphia, Rachel and Garrett say they have to watch every penny.
When I think of middle class, I think about people who are able to just get up and go and do things within their means, and like not extravagant things, but be able to get up and go to dinner whenever they want, or maybe take that trip, that long weekend trip. We don't have that luxury.
By a long shot, her tax plan is phenomenal, no glaze.
Kamala Harris just delivered her new economic plan, and boy, oh boy, is it good for small business owners.
Holy shit, you guys. Kamala Harris is going to announce tomorrow a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers.
When I am elected president, I will make it a top priority to bring down costs and increase economic security for all Americans.
Well, Rachel and Garrett are joining us on Zoom from Pennsylvania, and I understand your sister and brother-in-law moved in, and you're hoping to save money to have a second child?
That's right. Hi, Oprah. Hi, Madam Vice President. It's nice to be with you all.
Yes.
Hi.
And so, what did you want to say to the Vice President?
So, Madam Vice President, we are, like many, many young Americans, just experiencing a very high cost of living. We ended up giving up our apartment, moving in with our parents, who were so gracious to take us in for over a year so that we could save money and ultimately buy a home, because that's what we thought the American dream was, to get married and buy a home and have a baby. And now here we are, and our mortgage is incredibly higher than what we thought it would be. And my sister and our brother-in-law are living with us right now so that they can hopefully one day do the same. And while it's beneficial for us because they help us pay off some of our mortgage, it's also beneficial for them because they can save on cheaper rent. But we really would love to know what your plan is to help lower the cost of living.
Yeah, first of all, thank you both for being here. And yours is a story I hear around the country as I travel. And in terms of both rightly having the right to have aspirations and dreams and ambitions for your family, and working hard and finding that the American dream is, for this generation and so many recently, far more elusive than it's been. And we need to deal with that. And there are a number of ways. One is bringing down the cost of everyday necessities, including groceries. So that's why I'm taking on, for example, price gouging, which is when, most companies and corporations are good, but for those bad ones, they take advantage of people, especially during a pandemic or extreme weather, and they end up jacking up prices, and there needs to be accountability and consequence for that. So I'm going to be taking on price gouging. But it's also about dealing with what we need to do around home ownership, right? So as someone mentioned during this film, look.
She's talking about this price gouging. She's talking about how the American dream is elusive and all of this stuff for our generation. But the fact is, you are in charge right now. What are you going to do about it right now? And what have you done about it for the past 3.5 years? What have you done? Please, please, just say what you've done rather than what you will do. A typical politician would say, this is what we're going to do if you vote us in. Just run based on what you've already done, based on performance. You've been the vice president. What have you done with that power? Come on, man. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, man.
I grew up a child of a mother who worked very hard. She raised me and my sister, and she saved up, and by the time I was a teenager, she was able to buy a home. And we grew up actually for a long time in an apartment on top of a child care center that was owned by the woman we called our second mother because she helped my mother raise us. And she was a small business owner, Miss Shelton. So I'll bring all this together to tell you the way I think about it is, one, when people work hard and have a dream of buying a home, we should give you the opportunity to be able to do that, which is why part of my plan is for first-time homeowners, buyers, to have a $25,000 down payment assistance to buy your first home. Because people just need to be able to get their foot in the door, and then you'll do the hard work. Part of my plan is what we need to do to support small businesses, because my second mother was a small business owner, and I love our small businesses and our small business owners. They are not only business leaders, they are community leaders. They mentor, they hire locally, and we have so many entrepreneurs in our country who have great ideas, incredible work ethic, but not necessarily access to capital, because not everybody, like my opponent, was handed $400 million on a silver plate that he filed bankruptcy 6 times on. And so part of my plan is to give startup small businesses a $50,000 tax deduction to start up their small business. Right now it's $5,000. Nobody can start a small business with $5,000. So that's part of my plan.
That's a teeny tiny bit.
The question was, our mortgage is so high. What are you going to do to bring down the cost of our mortgage? What are you going to do to bring down the cost of mortgage? You're talking about giving $25,000 for new home buyers. You're talking about helping new small businesses, new startups with $50,000, because unlike you, you're not like your opponent who was given millions of dollars to start his businesses. What does that have to do with bringing down mortgage prices? This is what I'm saying, bro. This is what I'm saying, bro. This is what I'm saying, my dog. This is the same template she used at the debate, the same template she used at the interview that she did. Same template, how she grew up, how she, grew up at a middle class situation. The same template. Same test book. Come on, man. Double tap your screen, smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. You are currently listening to your vice president right now, someone who is aspiring to be the next president of the United States. Let's listen.
Business.
That's a business in
teeny tiny business.
It's a concept of a business, right?
Yes.
You know where I'm going. That's right. And
it's still on paper with the $5,000.
Right.
It's still on paper.
It just hasn't happened, right? Part of to speak to you guys and your family and your dreams is what we need to do around giving middle-class families tax breaks. And so part of my plan is also to extend and expand the child tax credit to $6,000 so that you can, in the first year of your child's life, have the resources to be able to buy a crib and a car seat and clothes for your baby, knowing that's such an extraordinarily important time in their development, and you shouldn't have to worry about how you're going to take care of their basic needs. All of this and more is part of what I plan to build, and I call it an opportunity economy. And it's basically about creating opportunities, knowing...
How does the child tax credit affect the mortgage rate, bro? How does it affect the cost of mortgage? And someone says here, you guys don't know how the economy works, and this is how you want to vote for her, and you know how the economy works. How does the child tax credit affect the mortgage rate? How does giving $50,000 to startups affect mortgage rates and cost of mortgages? How does $25,000 given to first-time home buyers affect the mortgage rate? I'll tell you how. You better believe the prices on the house is gonna go that way because now it's like, oh, okay, they're giving 25,000 right now. We're gonna add that times two to the asking price of the house. So did you actually get an incentive to buy a house? I don't know.
So many people have the ambition, have the aspirations, are working hard, but just need opportunity to reach their goals and their dreams.
I saw you smiling with that $25,000 credit for the home. I saw that smile on your face and the $6,000. Thank you all so much. I want to just introduce too to Shelby, who's also in our virtual audience. Thank you guys. Shelby from Virginia, who's also struggling with the cost of living. Tell us your story, Shelby. Why?
Hi, Madam Vice President. Hi, Oprah. I'm 24 years old. I'm a graduate student living with my parents, and I want to move out next year and potentially buy a home. And I'm concerned about the affordability of one with the extra costs and bills that I'm paying now, along with the bills and costs I will pay in the future too. And so everything just has a cost and everything is so expensive. And so I'm worried about my capacity and how I'm able to fully support myself once I do live independently.
You sound like one of my daughter girls from South Africa graduated. She was like, I hate adulting. I hate adulting. This adulting isn't going so well. Yes.
Well, so first of all, congratulations on all the success you've already achieved. And it is your story and the story of our friends before you is really, that's the American story, right? You are working hard, you have goals, you have ambitions. And so part of it is, again, the $25,000 down payment assistance. Part of it is what we need to do to also push back against a very different vision for our country. Because look, in this election, there are two very different visions for our country. One, for me, that is focused on the future, including you, and another that is focused on the past. What Donald Trump, what my opponent plans on doing for the economy is doing what he did the last time he was president and giving another tax break for billionaires and the biggest corporations that would add $5 trillion to our deficit. And get this, he plans on doing what I call a Trump sales tax, which is basically he's going to put a 20% tax on everyday necessities that economists have estimated will cost the average American.
Nobody cares about what Donald Trump did before, okay? Nobody cares. You just focus on what you are going to do. We're not asking you about what your opponent is planning on doing. We're asking you, how are we going to get some sort of affordability? It's all about affordability. That's what we're asking you. And you keep saying the same thing about $25,000 first-time home buyers. I mean, what would that do if the mortgage rate is 8, 9, 10, 12%? What would that do? If the cost of the house is like times 2 of what it used to be, what would that really do? You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. You have to be specific when you are asked questions. Stop trying to maneuver your way out of the questions, bro. It's the same answer she has for everything pertaining to questions like this. Like a textbook type of answer. Come on, man. Come on, man. We're not talking about Donald Trump here. We're talking about you. What do you have in store? What do you have planned? Elaborate on that. Stop talking about your opponent, bro.
$4,000 more a year, which is why Goldman Sachs, which is why Moody's, which is why Wharton School of Business, which is why 16 Nobel laureates have collectively determined, after analyzing our plans, one, mine would strengthen the economy, his would weaken it. Two, that on his plan, he would actually blow up inflation and invite a recession by the middle of next year. So when you think about the cost of living, my approach is about lifting you up. His would be about actually weakening our economy. And I feel very strongly when an individual, when a small business, when a family, when the middle class is strong, America is strong.
Amen to that. Amen to that. Thank you, Shelby. Thank you, Rachel and Garrett. So the Harris campaign kicked off the...
Everybody keeps saying, like, this person, Audrey Haywood, says we have to know what Trump is going to do. She says, or he says, Trump doesn't even answer questions, man. Trump was already the president of the United States. In case you didn't know, Trump was the 45th president of the United States from 2016 to 2020. Now, if you live in the United States, what was the gas prices when Trump was president? What was the mortgage rate when Trump was president? What was the border like when Trump was president? Did you have anything like Ukraine and Russia when Trump was president? Did you have anything like the Israeli and the Palestinian people when Trump was president? Did you have to spend billions on immigrants when Trump was president? Did you have to fund new wars when Trump was president? These are the questions you need to ask yourself. Stop saying, what is he going to do? He already did it. What more do you want? He is running based on what he did. He's not here trying to let you know this is what I'm going to... No. It's a question. If you actually are enlightened about the economy, you would know what the mortgage rate was in 2019. Now compare that mortgage rate when Trump was in power to what the mortgage rate is now. Why are you sending billions of munitions to Ukraine now when you never had to send it in 2016 to 2020? Why are you spending so much money on migrants coming into the country now when you didn't even have that kind of conversation back when Trump was president? Think about that and stop asking questions like, well, Trump isn't even answering questions. He doesn't have to. We just have to go, oh, he already did? Man, I'm voting for Trump.
Fighting for Reproductive Freedom bus tour to support the fundamental right for women to make decisions about our own bodies. And here is a short tape on that.
I did something that nobody thought was possible. I got rid of Roe v. Wade.
I remember Hadley Duvall telling her incredibly powerful story. And in case you didn't see it, here's just a brief look.
Growing up, I was an all-American girl. Varsity soccer captain, cheerleading captain, homecoming queen, and survivor. I was raped by my stepfather after years of sexual abuse. At age 12, I took my first pregnancy test, and it was positive.
Hadley is here. Stand up, Hadley. I can tell you, we are all standing up because we are so impressed by your courage to stand up and share your story. Where did that come from, the strength to do this? Because I'm sure you thought long and hard before deciding to go public with your story.
When Roe v. Wade was overturned,
thanks everybody,
I woke up with a harsh reality of my abuse was over, but my story is not. And I just could not fathom thinking about the other Hadleys out there that don't have that choice, that don't have somebody to go to. So being able to find courage and be the light for them, that's really what I do it for.
And so, what do you want to say to other people who are voting in this election regarding what happened to you and what that means?
You can't wait until it's too late to care about reproductive health care, because then it's too late. And when it affects you, it hits, and you can't deny it. You can't look at someone with a story like mine and say it didn't happen. And there are more people like me out there, and there are gonna be so many more who deserve their options. They deserve their choices. Let's get involved. We have someone who's willing to hear us at a level like never before. We have someone who wants to know what we want in this country. We have someone who wants to lift up our voice, and we need to show out and show up for her just like she's showing out and showing up for us.
All right. Is there something you wanted to say to Madam Vice President?
Madam Vice President, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for seeing us, for hearing us when the Supreme Court won't. Thank you for fighting and, really showing us that life is not about the hard things that you go through. You don't bow down, even when you're the underdog, especially when you're the underdog.
That's right.
You stand up and you stand tall, and you give me so much hope and so much strength, and thank you.
Thank you, Hadley, for coming all this way. I hope you continue to use your voice. I hope you continue that. This week, the case of a young woman who lost her life after the abortion ban took place in Georgia made national headlines. Amber's case came to light through the reporting of journalist Kavitha Surana.
That lady, the lady that just spoke right now, she should be the one running for the presidential seat. I mean, hey.
With ProPublica. And so listen to her story.
2 years ago, 28-year-old Amber Nicole Thurman, a medical assistant and a single mother to a 6-year-old boy, found out she was pregnant. Amber had just secured her own apartment and was thinking about going to nursing school. She made the decision to terminate her pregnancy. A strict abortion ban had recently taken place in her home state of Georgia, which caused Amber to travel to North Carolina for the procedure. Traffic made her miss the appointment, so the clinic gave her medication, what are known as abortion pills. Once back home, Amber experienced profuse bleeding, vomiting, severe pain. She eventually passed out. Her boyfriend called for an ambulance. At the Georgia hospital, Amber's condition deteriorated quickly. In a rare occurrence, it was discovered her body had not expelled all the fetal tissue and an infection was spreading. Official Georgia State medical expert analysis of her case says Amber should have received a life-saving D&C, but doctors waited 20 hours before deciding to take her to surgery. Amber's blood pressure had taken a dive. Her organs had started failing. In the operating room, her heart stopped. On the way to surgery, Amber's last words to her mother were, "Promise me you'll take care of my son."
Amber's mother, Shanette, and older sisters, CJ and Andrika, are here, and they wanted to be here tonight to speak out for the first time. Ms. Shanette, what do you want us to know about Amber's story?
Initially, I did not want the public to know my pain. I wanted to go through in silence, but I realized that it was selfish. I want y'all to know Amber was not a statistic. She was loved by a family, a strong family, and we would have done whatever to get my baby, our baby, the help that she needed. When ProPublica came to my home, I pushed them away. No, but Kavitha, she was persistent. She said, it was something that you needed to know. You have to hear me. Women around the world, people around the world need to know that this was preventable. 2 years later, after speaking with my daughters, because I lost strength, I lost hope, you're looking at a mother that is broken. Mm-hmm. The worst pain ever that a mother, that a parent could ever feel. Her father and myself and the family, you're looking at it.
Well, we appreciate so deeply you being here. And we're all watching you hear that tape and those words. We know how re-traumatizing that is and the strength it takes for you to be here to tell your story. And we deeply appreciate it. And I have to ask you, as her sisters, how are you coping? And what does knowing that this could have been prevented, how does that sit with you? How do you cope with that on a daily basis?
I mean, it's heartbreaking. You know, that was my baby sister. I loved my baby sister, you know. I'm beyond hurt, disappointed. I feel guilty. I wish I could have helped her, you know, because she was suffering. Mm-hmm. And we had no idea. We trusted them to take care of her, you know. Mm-hmm. And they just let her die because of some stupid abortion ban. They treated her like she was just another number. Mm-hmm. They didn't care for her as if, you know, she was their daughter or their, you know, granddaughter.
Yeah.
You know, and she's not here. She'll never come back.
Yeah. Andrika, what do you want to say?
I want to say that it's very disheartening that my sister was allowed to suffer for 20 hours. She suffered. It was nothing that we could do to help her. We trusted the healthcare professionals to do their job and save her, but they failed her.
Well, I think the most powerful thing that you've said here, Ms. Jeanette, is that your daughter is not a statistic. She had a life. She was loved by her sisters, loved by her family, loved by those who knew her, and she's not just a statistic. And we are happy to speak her name tonight in this room, talking about what this country needs in terms of reproductive rights and freedom. What do you want to say, Madam Vice President?
I'm just so sorry.
So this is a very, very, very sensitive topic. The only opinion that I have in this is you can prevent stuff. You can prevent stuff. And I get it, like I said, is a very sensitive conversation. You can prevent stuff like this. You could use protection. Maybe if you had used protection, then, this may have been another conversation. However, I do feel my deepest condolences for the family. But if you, like I always say, protect yourself first. It's not even about, you know, having kids now. It's about protecting yourself from diseases. Protect yourself. Buy a condom. Use a condom, bro. Like, buy protection. And just for YouTube's purposes, this is just an opinion, because most people are like, I may be hurting them with my opinion, but this is just an opinion, okay? I believe you should protect yourself first before even thinking about buying, some sort of whatever you want to buy to get rid of whatever you have in your, in your system. But you need to protect yourself. Protection is usually better than cure, bro. Prevention, like, protect yourself every single time. Like, I feel for her. I feel for, like, now she's lost her daughter. That's very heartbreaking for the family. Protect yourself, and you know it's a very sensitive conversation. And some people say the best way to protect yourself is not, open your legs at all. I mean, at this point, I don't know, but protect yourself, people. If you're a lady and you're watching this, protect yourself. Even the guys, protect yourself first. Now, it's also about protecting yourself from diseases, okay? Protect yourself, fellas. Protect yourself, queens. God damn.
And the courage that you all have shown is extraordinary, because also you just learned about how it is that she died. And
they just recently learned, yes.
How?
Yeah.
And Amber's mom shared with me that the word over and over again in her mind is preventable.
Yeah.
Preventable. That word keeps coming to her. And this story is a story that is sadly not the only story of what has been happening since these bans have taken place. And, you know, so just to step back in terms of how we got here, the former president chose 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would overdo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did as he intended, and in state after state, including yours, these abortion bans have been passed that criminalize healthcare providers. In a couple of states, prison for life, Oprah. Prison for life in a couple of states for a doctor or a nurse who provides healthcare. And so it seems very apparent
even when the mother's life is in danger.
But see, here's the problem with that. Here's the problem with that. So is she on death's door before you actually decide to give her help?
That's the problem.
Is that what we're saying?
Yeah. That you've got to prove you're on death's door.
Like literally a doctor or a nurse has to say, she might die any minute, better give her now care. Because otherwise I might go to prison for life in some cases. Think about what we're doing in terms of saying that certain people who are in these state houses, and then starting with the former president of the United States, think they're in a better position than a doctor or a nurse to determine when their patient needs medical care. This literally, and Amber's story highlights the fact that among everything that is wrong with these bans and what has happened in terms of the overturning of Wade.
And everything she just said now, the 45th president has always said, in the case of incest, in the case of incest, the case of the life of the mom, and I think there are 3: incest, life of the mom, and one other one. I forgot it. Dang. It's 3 of them: incest, life of the mom, and rape. Okay, those 3 situations, it's perfectly, you're good to do whatever you want to do. It's been said already. So I don't know why they keep saying the same thing. You know, the first lady that spoke about her story, she said her stepdad, which that's incest, if I may say, you know, so that's already out of the conversation. You know, and the life of the mom, which, if I may be bold to say, that's another thing that they're talking about here. You know, and of course if it's rape, you know, that's another one. It's just straight to the point.
Roe v. Wade, it's a healthcare crisis. It's a healthcare crisis that affects the patient and the profession. And going back to Hadley's story, and Hadley, you've been so remarkable in telling your story and being so strong in the way you do it. And both of these stories really, I mean, the courage for it out of pain, for you to tell these stories to help other people is just extraordinary. And Hadley, you've been so remarkable. You know, Oprah, I don't know if you know this, but when I was in high school, I learned that my best friend was being molested by her stepfather.
Yes, we heard that story on the DNC.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
you
I
had the
said to
courage
her,
then to go to her and say, you've got to come to our house.
And she came to stay with us. I called my mother, she came to stay with us. And the idea that these same legislators who would be saying, criminalize healthcare providers are also saying that after a person's body has been violated, that they have no right to make a decision about what happens to their body next? That's immoral.
Yeah. I think it's not just immoral. But here's what I want to say. I just don't believe that those legislators, that the government has a right to be in your womb. They have no right to be in your womb with decisions about your womb.
And one does not have to abandon their faith.
Right.
Or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do.
Absolutely.
Right? If she chooses, she will talk with her priest, her pastor, her rabbi, her imam, but not the government telling her what's in her best interest.
Well, this is a long healing process for this family. And we thank you, and we hope that by being amongst people who heard you and heard your daughter's story will be meaningful.
If I may be so bold to say, this was the same conversation that Hillary really stuck on in 2016. The fact is, most of these things are, I am deeply, I deeply sympathize with these women because, in my opinion, nobody should tell a grown up adult what to do with their body. Decide what you want to do with your body. It is your body, and you are going to face the consequences of whatever decisions that you make. That is what being an adult is. That is what taking responsibility for whatever decision you make is. You make a decision, then you have to take responsibility for the consequences. Okay? However, this was the same thing Hillary was running on in 2016. Same thing.
You in this journey to healing. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, I want to also thank you. I want to hear from Star Walker, who is a campaign engagement organizer in Milwaukee, one of my hometowns, Milwaukee. Hi, Star. What's going on in Wisconsin?
Hi, Oprah. Hi, Madam Vice President. We are fired up here in Wisconsin. I'm an engagement organizer, so I focus on within their personal networks as friends, family, teammates. And by empowering people to leverage their relationships, we amplify their voices and deliver progress. We're fired up, but we also know it's a razor-thin race. So just like in 2020, this is going to be won by a field margin. It's on us to roll up our sleeves and do the work. Let's make phone calls and knock on doors. Go to go.kamalaharris.com to join this people-powered movement. That way, when we look back, we won't just be remembering how we felt, we'll be remembering what we did.
Woo! I love that. I love that. Y'all, I love that. That's a big takeaway because we're all feeling really good right now. But what really matters is what are we going to do? Absolutely. What are we going to do? Thank you so much, Star. I see somebody else on the screen, Julia Roberts. Hi, Julia.
Hi. Hi.
I heard you were so excited you wanted to be here tonight. Why?
Well, first of all, Oprah, thank you for hosting this because I guess if I started a voting club, it would be conversationalists for Kamala.
Yes.
Because to talk, to listen, to be heard, to have this back and forth is so unique in this campaign to beautiful, wonderful Kamala Harris, who I've had the good fortune of knowing for many years. And I am a mother of 2 kids. This is their first chance to vote in an election, and I couldn't be more excited for them to have the legacy to say that their first vote they ever cast for president was for you. I have just chills saying that out loud.
Are you all going to the polls together? Are you organizing a party? Are the Motors having a poll party? What's happening?
I wish we were all going together. In fact, you know, they are in college, so we will be separated on the great day, but in spirit united always for what we believe in and what we, you know, I feel like it's interesting. We talk so much about being Americans united for something, but this has become such a global representation of our country and what we stand for. And I get to travel internationally a lot. And I want people to say, oh, you're American? And not, oh, how's it going over there? You know?
Yes.
So I want to get back to that space.
Exactly. Thank you, Julia. Exactly. Thank you. And hey, there's Tracy Ellis Ross coming up there. Tracy, now listen, if anybody should have a voting party, I think it should be at your house because you have great parties, girl.
I just want to say hi, hello, Madam Vice President. It's just an honor. I actually have never met you, which is crazy. And hi, Oprah. Wait, what did I miss?
We just saw each other the other day. Okay. Oh, hi, Tracy. Hi.
Hi, Oprah. How you doing?
Hi, good. Yeah. This is exciting, though, isn't it? Isn't it exciting?
It's exciting. It's exciting because I believe in democracy. I believe in the future of our country, in reproductive freedom, bodily autonomy, women leading. I believe in decency. The idea of leading with joy and kindness has always been in my DNA. And I'm here both for the seriousness of this election, but the joy with which it is being handled. It is stunning. And then I also really want to remind everybody, it hasn't been mentioned, but voting up and down the ballot is incredibly important. Your freedom and your daily life are all the way up and down that ballot. People are policies, and we need the right people in all areas, all positions. And then I would like to say to you two women, thank you for what you represent, because as a 52-year-old childless woman, I want to say to the people who think that a woman's worth is measured in her baby count, I mean, shout out to all the amazing mothers, but the childless women have been mothering the world and elevating culture as aunties, godmothers, teachers, mentors, sisters, and friends, and the list goes on. And you do not need to push out a baby to help push humanity forward.
Amen to that. Thank you so much, Tracy Ellis Ross. Thank you so much. So another important issue this election is, of course, our safety. And just 2 weeks ago, our country experienced yet another horrific school shooting. Watch this.
It's 10:30 a.m. at Robb Elementary in Uvalde. The school is recognizing my 10-year-old daughter, Lexi, for receiving all A's. 30 minutes later, a gunman murders her, 18 classmates and 2 teachers.
In the last 25 years, there have been 417 school shootings in the United States and more than 300
prayers. Lives are being destroyed. 15-year-old Natalie Griffith and her parents, Doug and Marilda, are here. And Natalie, we are so sorry to know that you two have been added to that number because you were in algebra class when you were shot twice by a 14-year-old fellow student. We're so glad that you lived to tell your story. And so how are you tonight?
Well, before that thing, the video, I was very happy. I still am very happy to be here and to tell my story and what happened, because it was a terrible thing. Mm-hmm. And it should not have, what's it called?
Where were you shot? Where were you
I was
physically shot?
Right here on my shoulder and then around here, right.
Wrist.
I was
Yeah,
saying
my
that
wrist.
383,000 students in our country, the United States of America, have been exposed to violence. That same scene that you experienced in your school. Had you all been having, drills or preparation for what should happen should there be a shooting?
We have. I've had intruder drills and fire drills and stuff. In my old schools, we've had a fire drill at Appalachia, but it was the first 2 months of the school year. We hadn't had an intruder drill yet, so we weren't even completely sure where to go in the classroom. We all just, I remember being like huddled.
So I was watching your mother, even just when that tape was coming on. It's still very much PTSD, very much traumatic. You're still reliving it. And how has it been for you? How were you notified that there was a shooting at the school?
I was notified by a friend. She called me, I was at work. And she called me and she said, do you know about the shooting? With the school that she goes to, the Appalachia. I said, no, I don't. And then she said there was a shooting at the Appalachia High School. My heart just dropped. My heart just got so heavy and I could not stop. I had to leave. I told my coworkers, I gotta go, I have to leave. And my first thing I did is drop my knee on the floor and just start praying. I prayed for about 30 minutes for my work all the way to the school. I didn't get to the school on my car. I had to leave my car at a gas station about 2.5, 3 miles. And I walked on foot and I ran because my heart was so heavy. I couldn't get in touch with my daughter.
And I hear you have a message for people in power regarding guns now.
I do. I want to finish that story because no parent should go through this. I want to just finish what, the experience. You do not know what feels until it's you.
Yes.
All those numbers that you show on the TV, a lot of people there here are mothers. What are we doing about this? What are we doing? Let's make sure that everybody listens. Let's make sure that everybody hears it. The whole world needs to hear that we women that have our children, we have a job. That job is to protect our children. That job is to protect our nation. That job is to protect our country. We cannot leave. We cannot let that go on. We have to stop it. Where I was asking earlier, where are those people? All the shooting, where are they? They needed to make a noise. I'm ready to make a noise about this, and I'm ready to stop it. Because no one knows what feels when you can't find your child, when you call her and you call her just not answering. And when I went through it, it's just me that knows it. And I'm so sorry for those that lost the child that actually died. I can actually hug my child. My child is here, and I gave all this praise to the Lord. Our Father in heaven saved my child. But the other two mothers, they lost their kids, and the other teachers that died. Those people are suffering like I'm suffering. I'm very sorry for them. I'm very sorry that they lost their loved ones.
And you have a message for the people in power.
Yes, the people in power. Let's make it a change. Let's make it happen. Let's just not hear about this. Who wants to just hear about this? We gotta change it. We gotta make it happen.
And Doug, I hear you're not a registered Democrat, but you now say it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on when it comes to this issue. What change do you want to see now that it has affected your family?
Common sense, I think the first step would just be metal detectors in schools, make a budget, make a plan. And the people that say, well, we've never really done stuff like that before, I don't care. They didn't have metal detectors at airports at one time. They didn't have metal detectors at courthouses. I think that if a child knew that he would get caught, the likelihood of him trying would be, there may be another target, but it wouldn't be us having to worry about schools being hardened.
Yeah. I mean, I think that Doug has said it so eloquently, which is we just need to apply common sense. And look, I think for far too long on the issue of gun violence, some people have been pushing a really false choice to suggest you're either in favor of the Second Amendment or you want to take everyone's guns away. I'm in favor of the Second Amendment, and I'm in favor of assault weapons bans, universal background checks, red flag laws. And these are just common sense. These are just common sense.
I thought it was so powerful at the convention when you said you have guns. No, at the debate. At the debate,
I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz is a gun.
I did not know that.
If somebody breaks in my house, they're getting shot.
Yes, I hear that. I hear that.
Probably should not have said that.
But
my staff will deal with that later.
Yeah. But you have been a gun owner for a while.
Yes, I have.
Yes.
But here's my point, Oprah, is that I'm not trying to take everyone's guns away. I believe in the Second Amendment, but we have to agree that, look, I did last fall a college tour with college-age young people, so I also did trade schools. And packed audience every time in their auditorium, and I would ask, please raise your hand if at any point between kindergarten and 12th grade you had to endure an active shooter drill. Almost every hand went up. It was bone-chilling.
Yeah, this is the way our kids are living. Yeah.
And think about it. You know, I grew up, we had fire drills only. Well, I grew up in California, we also had earthquake drills, but the fact that our children are sitting in a classroom where they should be fulfilling their God-given potential and exploring the wonders of the world, and some part of their brain realizes somebody could bust through that classroom door with a weapon, with an assault weapon. And let's all agree that the trauma, so many children, even those who have not directly experienced the tragedy.
Just being in the environment. Being in the environment.
I cannot tell you the number of young people who, I mean, our kids had active shooter drills. They're concerned that there might be somebody who would kill them while they are at school. This is not the sign of a civil society, and it doesn't have to be this way. It does not have to be this way. But we need to have the courage to act. I mean, look, my opponent, when he was told and knew about a shooting of a young girl, you know what he said? Get over it. Get over it. No, we're not getting over it. No, and to the point, everyone should have a sense of collective responsibility for the children of our community.
Yes.
And understand their right to live and be safe. I have personally prosecuted homicide cases. I know, I've seen autopsies. I've seen what these weapons do to the human body. And we've got to agree.
When did he say get over it? This is what I don't get. When did he say get over it, bro? When did he say get over it?
That, in particular, when we're talking about something like an assault weapon, it's literally designed to be a tool of war. It has no place on the streets of a civil society. It's designed to kill a lot of human beings quickly. And there are things we can do. I mean, thankfully, over the last 3 years, we've done some, but it is common sense.
It just seems like common sense we would see this.
I think
I think that the majority of Americans agree with you that we do not want assault weapons in the hands of children and other people who have no business with those types of weapons.
Right.
We know this is true. So we thank you, Natalie, and your family for being here. And good luck in that marching band this year. I hear you're going to go out for the marching band still.
Thank you for inviting us.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, it's a sad moment for us, but I wanted to make sure that, we came because we needed to be heard. And we needed to, change has to be made, and we're ready to fight for this.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we want to hear what's going on in another battleground state. Tracy is a regional organizing director in Nevada. Tracy, tell us how things are going for you. Hi.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tracy Lee, a regional organizing director in Nevada. I am the Silver State this year because there's so much on the line. From healthcare to lowering costs, these issues impact all of us. My team and I have been building relationships with voters across this state because here in Nevada, we know that enthusiasm alone does not win campaigns. Organizing does. So all of you watching tonight can become organizers, whether you talk to your sister, a roommate, or a grandparent about why you're so excited to vote for Vice President Harris. You are organizing and energizing other supporters. So please go to go.kamalaharris.com to find ways to help and enjoy the rest of tonight's event, and let's get to work.
Let's get to work. Let's do something. Meryl Streep, hello. You and I. Hi, Meryl Streep. You and I have talked about this moment. Hi. How are you feeling? How are you feeling about the momentum?
Oh, man. This has been overwhelming to have the privilege to sit in and listen to the testimony of the people here. Hello, President Harris.
Not yet. "47 days.
47 days, yes.
From my mouth to God's ear. And hello, Oprah. I think the word of the day has been preventable. Preventable. All of this. The surround of hatred and venom and toxicity and encouraging some segment of Americans to hate other segment of Americans. It's just crazy, and nobody wants it. We're done.
That's right.
We're done with it. I wanted to ask you. I can't believe I have this opportunity. I probably never will again. If I have a little Debbie Downer moment, because actually, I think you're going to win. I'm sure you're going to win. I think, yeah. But what happens when you win? And he doesn't accept it. And you know that there's going to be this long slog of shenanigans. And I'm wondering how we get to that moment, how we preserve certification on January 6th. Because if it doesn't happen, it'll be maybe thrown back to the legislatures of the states. And I've been working with state government citizens campaign, which is sgcamerica.com. So they're great. They're doing the unglamorous down ballot work of promoting those candidates, because I'm worried about it, and I wonder if we're ready for January 7th, 8th, 9th, and what happens? What happens?
So we will be ready, but just taking a step back, and thank you, Marilyn, for the gift that you give, your talent, your creativity. Thank you for being here. One of the things that I have realized in the course of our campaign is that more Americans than we may realize who voted for Trump before have decided January 6th was just a bridge too far. When we reflect and think about what January 6th was, where the President of the United States, sitting in the Oval Office, incited a mob, a violent mob, to attack the United States Capitol, such that 140 law enforcement officers were injured, some were killed. To try and upend a free and fair election where the American people voted, that was a bridge too far for a lot of people. And we have sadly now seen how far he could go. And I think there is absolutely no tolerance whatsoever for the vast majority of Americans for that. And they've seen the lies. They understand, for example, almost every court case, I think every court case where he's challenged an election, he lost. I said on the debate stage, look, because he's having a very difficult time, obviously, processing the fact that 81 million people fired him, right? But, so there is that it really was a bridge too far for so many people that they are not willing to repeat. But the other piece of it is the lawyers are working. It's very important that we all speak to our friends and our neighbors about misinformation and help them now see how it occurs, where it is occurring. It is important that we stand up for the integrity of poll workers and people who are working on election day. And that we also, and this is critically important, that we ask people to be alert about mis and disinformation, and we ask them, do not be afraid to vote. Because I think there is also something quite insidious about these attacks on the electorate in these various forms that are intended to convince people that their vote won't matter. And in that way, there's a little bit of reverse psychology going on here, and let's just make sure nobody falls for it. Your vote does matter, and we cannot let anyone ever take our power from us. We can never let anybody silence us. And when we get those votes out, starting soon, early voting is already going to start this week, I think, through November 5th, and let's make sure everyone votes, and we are going to have a good election day. We're going to fight for the integrity of the people's voice and for our democracy. And, you know, I'll just mention earlier, a couple of folks talked about what this means in terms of the world. You know, as vice president, I've met over 150 world leaders, presidents, prime ministers, chancellors, and kings. And the thing about representing the United States of America is when we walk in those rooms around the world, we have historically and traditionally been able to walk in those rooms, chin up, shoulders back, with the self-appointed and earned authority to talk about the importance of democracies. People around the world are watching right now. Because you see, the thing about walking into a room and being a role model is people watch what you do to see if it lines up with what you say. And in that way, the consequences of this election are directly going to impact the American people and people around the world. That's what we're fighting for, and those are the stakes. And that's why we're going to win, because we know what we're fighting for, because we know what we stand for.
Thank you, Meryl. So, thank you, Meryl. What is on your heart to say to the American people as we have 47 days until November 5th? What's on your heart? To say to particularly those people who are still undecided, or maybe indifferent, or on the fence still?
We love our country. I love our country. I know we all do. That's why everybody's here right now. We love our country. We take pride in the privilege of being American. And this is a moment where we can and must come together as Americans, understanding we have so much more.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in. You are currently listening to the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, make her case to the American people and on how or why they should vote for her. Okay, smash the like button, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Thank you so much. You know what time it is. Let's go.
In common than what separates us. Let's come together with the character that we are so proud of about who we are. which is we are an optimistic people. We are an optimistic people. Americans, by character, are people who have dreams and ambitions and aspirations. We believe in what is possible. We believe in what can be. And we believe in fighting for that. That's how we came into being, because the people before us understood that one of the greatest expressions for the love of our country, one of the greatest expressions of patriotism, is to fight for the ideals of who we are, which includes freedom to make decisions about your own body, freedom to be safe from gun violence, freedom to have access to the ballot box, freedom to be who you are and just be, to love who you love openly and with pride, freedom to just be. And that's who we are. We believe in all that. And so this is a moment where we stand knowing what we are fighting for. We're not fighting against. It's what we're fighting for.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice President. Thank you. And I want to say,
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard from the Vice President of the United States. She is running based on freedom. Based on freedom, people. She's running based on freedom. So if you say you want freedom, then I guess you're going to be voting for Kamala. However, I would, I mean, in my opinion, I feel like we already have freedom. Okay, this is America. You already have freedom. What you need to be worried about is your gas prices, grocery prices, and how you can make rent for this month. Okay, that's the most important questions. How am I going to pay rent this month? Okay, that's what we need to focus on. This is America. We are free. Okay, rent is high, grocery is high. That's my most immediate concern. Okay. Thank you so much. And double tap your screen. Let's get it.
First, we are at a tipping point for our country with the election less than 7 weeks away. Early voting already started. And unfortunately for the Kamala Harris campaign, it was another day of kind of bad headlines. This morning, the uncommitted national movement. Now, you might recall during the Democratic primaries, this is the group that organized protest votes against Biden in the primary because of the Harris-Biden support of Israel, which hasn't been great anyway, in the war against the radical Islamic terrorist group Hamas, the group that has in their charter the full destruction of Israel. And they announced they're not going to endorse Kamala Harris in this election cycle. Make no mistake, a major blow to the Harris campaign. During the Democratic primaries earlier this year, the group mobilized over 700,000 Democrats to vote against Biden. Uncommitted actually finished in second place in the primaries. They had 37 delegates. But the bigger problem for her campaign comes from, well, where are a lot of these voters? They're from Michigan. The uncommitted option received over 13% of the Democratic primary vote. In Minnesota, uncommitted received nearly 19% of the vote. In Wisconsin, more than 8% of the Democratic primary voters chose uninterested and uninstructed delegates. Alarm bells should be going off inside the Harris campaign. Now, this group and their refusal to endorse her could spell major trouble for Kamala in states she desperately needs to win to have any chance of actually becoming president. To make matters worse, this non-endorsement comes only one day after the shocking announcement from the Teamsters union that they would not be endorsing Kamala Harris, marking the first time since '96 that the union did not endorse the Democratic candidate for president. Now, yesterday, the union released a poll showing nearly 60% of their members, rank and file, support Donald Trump for president. Only 34% support Kamala Harris. Now, ahead of the announcement, proving yet again more and more working class voters are supporting Trump and the Republican Party and the conservative movement, and how the Democratic Party, as I've been telling you for a long time, They have become the party of coastal elites from Hollywood to D.C. to New York City. And by the way, our very own Lawrence Jones on Fox and Friends, he spoke with energy workers in Pennsylvania. Listen to what they had to say.
Kamala Harris, who's the vice president, was once against fracking.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking.
She now says she's for fracking.
I will not ban fracking.
Do you believe her?
No, I believe she's out there saying whatever she can to make people, try to swing her way so that she can try to get the presidency.
The sentiment around this whole region is nobody believes that.
I don't believe anybody in that administration. What do you believe happens if she becomes the president?
You're going to have even more regulation. You're going to have people that banks aren't going to want to invest. You're going to see people move out of the areas where the drilling and gas is.
These are high-paying career union jobs in the energy sector that will be at risk. When Kamala Harris pushes her EV mandate, guess what? High-paying career union jobs. And when Ford loses $4.5 billion because of their mandate to produce cars that their customers don't want, if customers want an electric vehicle, they're going to go to Tesla. They're not going to go to Ford. And guess what? If Ford can't lose that much money and keep paying union workers the money and with the benefits that they need and deserve. And that news doesn't end there, because breaking today, a new poll of registered voters released by the New York Times, of all places, showing, look right there, Donald Trump with a 1-point lead nationwide. And all of this comes despite the fact that Kamala has gotten a complete free pass from the corrupt state-run media mob since Biden dropped out of the race. Now, she has faced almost zero tough questions from the press about her radical positions. In her own words, we call them on Hannity.com the Kamala Files. You can download them for free as a public service. And she has a lot to answer for. Is she going to get through this entire campaign and not have to answer any of these extreme radical positions? Why did she suddenly change her, position on nearly every important issue? For example, and by the way, do you believe it? Because I don't. Why did she once say the state had a right to go into a gun owner's home and just inspect how they're handling their weapon in the privacy of their own home? On top of course, the mandatory gun buyback that she's on tape saying she supports. Does she still believe in decriminalizing illegal immigration and giving illegal immigrants free housing, health care, education, driver's licenses, in Minnesota, college for free, amnesty? Oh, and my favorite, if you're an illegal immigrant, please know Kamala believes in your right to get a free sex change operation. Is anybody going to ask her in the next 46 days about any of these questions? Or what about the Americans that have been murdered and raped and victims of violent crime by Harris, Biden, unvetted illegal immigrants? Does she still support, the radical capital-killing $93 trillion Green New Deal that she co-sponsored with Bernie Sanders with her promise to eliminate the filibuster to pass that? And by the way, why did she sponsor it? And why, if she sponsored it, does she no longer believe in it? Or do you actually believe she doesn't believe in it? And of course, she also sponsored with Bernie in the Senate government health care for all and no freedom for you to have any private health insurance. And why did she say it was courageous not to say the term illegal immigrant or alien and radical Islamic terrorism? Does she still believe in that? Now, these are some of the questions, 60-plus days in, she has not answered. And with only 46 days left, she needs to answer. The media needs to demand answers. The media mob so far refuses to challenge her and ask her, and they just are basically an extension of her press office. Finally, after nearly 2 months, the Harris campaign strategy of hiding from the press is finally getting a little bit of pushback from the left. Look at this New York Times guest essay. Now, it was written by the outlet's former L.A. bureau chief, which he titled, quote, "The Political Cost of Kamala Harris Not Answering Direct Questions." She's not even being asked the right questions. In the essay, he says it would, quote, "go a long way for her to offer some direct and succinct answers to questions about her plans." Even Chucky Todd raising concerns about the lack of details in her plan in terms of the economy. Take a look.
I think it's been a bit risky of Harris not to have a lot out there, not to sort of, you asked a fascinating question, because think about this. At this point in a campaign, we normally have an idea of what's the big thing they're going to do. Yeah. Right? We knew that with Biden, and it was going to be COVID related, but it was going to be a big thing involving. You knew with, as you pointed out, Trump with tax cuts. What is her first 100 days? What is the, on day one, I'm going to do X? We know what he's going to try to do on day one. Whether you agree with it or not, there are plans to do that. But I wonder if that's, if that's going to hurt her at some point. If voters are going, yeah, I don't like what he's doing, but what are you going to do? And it's been a lot of vagueness.
Chuck, just listen to her in her own words. Do your research. Tim Russert, you used to host Meet the Press. Tim Russert always did his research. I knew Tim Russert. Tim Russert was very nice to me. Tim Russert used to call me and ask my opinions on why I thought this way as a conservative. I even did debates. He would moderate between me and James Carville. And he'd come on my radio show. His book, Big Russ, one of the best books I ever read. It's a great book. And the follow-up was a great book, too. But Russert would do his homework. Here's your homework, Chuck. She supports the $93 trillion Green New Deal. Chuck, she co-sponsored it with Bernie Sanders in the U.S. Senate. Chuck, she said she would eliminate the filibuster to pass it. Chuck, she's now proposed the largest tax increase in the history in the country, including taxing unrealized capital gains. Listen to what she says, and unless she changes that, you can assume that's her position. This pushback or, alleged pushback or minor pushback from the liberal media mob, who are already 100% in the tank from Kamala Harris is fairly meaningless unless they get answers. According to a new report, look at this. 95% of coverage of Donald Trump on ABC, CBS, NBC has been negative since the second assassination attempt over the weekend. And wait until you see the interview that aired on fake news CNN yesterday between one of the network's reporters and a Trump supporter. Look at this.
What's your most important issue?
The economy, getting the interest rates down, getting it to where we can afford to live in America. Right now, it's too expensive.
Okay, now let me maybe ask like a slightly impolite question. But, if you can afford a boat, you're not hurting so bad, right? Because a boat costs a lot of money and it's a lot of upkeep.
Listen, nobody gave me I earned everything that I've got. I'm retired military, retired power plant, and I am successful and retired and with boats, jet skis, because I did it right. And everybody has that chance. Whether they choose or not, that's up to them.
By the way, that boat does not look like a $100 million yacht. Let's be honest here. But don't worry, tonight Kamala Harris sat down for a hard-hitting campaign interview for the first time. It was with Oprah, who not only endorsed her, but spoke at the DNC. Take a look at this hard-hitting interview.
President Biden stepped aside and withdrew his candidacy, that a veil or something dropped, and you just stepped into your power. Looking at you at a speech like the week before, which was a great speech, very nice. And then the next week, I saw you walking in the thing.
We each have those moments in our lives where it's time to step up.
Time to step up.
Time to step up,
Well, the moment you heard, I really have been saying to people, it felt like a veil dropped and you sort of stepped through that veil. Did you feel like that?
I felt a sense of responsibility, to be honest with you. And with that comes a sense of purpose.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for smashing the like button. Thank you for subscribing. Well, you've heard from Hannity. You've heard from Oprah. We actually just finished watching the Oprah and Kamala Harris's conversation, the sit-down conversation they had. So if you haven't seen it, you can actually rewind. You can rewind this live stream and you can actually watch the Kamala Harris and Oprah Winfrey's talk. Okay, let's go.
Is Kamala's base crumbling? Harris just took a major hit from one of the key Democratic heavyweights, the unions. Vice President Harris becoming the first Democrat in decades not to get the Teamsters endorsement, with the influential union refusing to back any candidate for president, and here's why. Polling shows nearly 60% of its members support former President Trump. The former president is more than eager to have their support.
Earlier today, I was honored to receive the endorsement of the rank-and-file membership of the Teamsters. This hasn't happened in so many decades. We won the overwhelming majority of the local chapters and the members, and as a result, the national organization has refused to endorse the Democrat candidate for the first time in many, many decades.
So how will Harris win back the white working-class men who are fleeing her campaign in droves? Check out this dopey ad from White Dudes for Harris.
They're actually talking to guys like us. No lectures, no BS. Just real solutions that protect our freedoms and help us take care of the people who matter.
All right, Jessica, Joe Biden is one of the most pro-union presidents that we've ever had. How is it that Kamala has not been able to benefit and that the Teamsters have actually turned from her?
Well, I don't think that's a complete picture of what happened. So obviously it would be better to have gotten the endorsement, and it seems to be a lot about Sean O'Brien, because if you look into how this poll was conducted, so they polled 21,000 members, and there are 1.3 million members overall. So that's about 1.5% sample size. And right after Sean O'Brien came out and said, we're not endorsing anyone, and released the results of the polls, all of these individual chapters started endorsing her. The National Black Caucus, Michigan, Western PA, Northern West Virginia, Wisconsin, Northern Nevada, Southern Nevada, Philly, et cetera. She has the auto workers endorsement, the culinary union endorsement, the AFL-CIO.
We're talking about the Teamsters. She didn't get the Teamsters endorsement.
But I'm saying that a million
a few people gave her their endorsement.
No, it's over a million people.
For 30 years, the Democrats have given
I wish that she had gotten the endorsement. There is work to do, but you can, in good conscience, argue. If I tell you that they polled 21,000 people, and then I tell you that
now you're
a million people.
Poll. What about the fact that 60% support Trump and only 38 support her?
But when you have a sample of 21,000 out of 1.3 million members, and then you get endorsements from a million Teamsters after that, doesn't that indicate that the poll might not be the greatest representation? Again, it's not good to not get it. Sean O'Brien seems to be playing a bit of politics with all of this, but there is heavy union support for her, not just within the Teamsters, but all of those other unions that I just mentioned.
You know, Jesse, the Teamsters had the ability to endorse, given the fact that the majority of the Brotherhood, according to their own numbers, supported Trump. Isn't the union board's job, isn't it, to basically represent the members that they polled and then support Trump?
It is. And they don't like Kamala Harris personally because she doesn't connect with people. And they don't like the policies. They don't like the EV stuff. They don't like the regulations. And so that's that. And it's more significant than she's spinning. And that's okay. I'd spin too if I didn't get that endorsement. But it's significant. And it shows you in the Midwest that they have a huge problem. And these people also are on the ground. They're politicking, they're knocking on doors, they're organizing, and that's not going to be there for Kamala Harris like it would have. I told you a couple days ago that I would tell you when I get nervous about this election. Not there yet, but it's getting closer. And I'm going to be honest with you, it has tightened, Jessica, and that just shows you what an honest broker I am.
Yes.
To acknowledge that the race has tightened.
What a big man you are.
But then I look at this. I look at the last 4 polls in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump is either winning or tied.
Where's New York Times?
I look at the last. I look at the last 4 polls in Georgia. Donald Trump is winning. I look at the last 4 polls in Arizona. Donald Trump is winning. And 3 out of the last 4 in North Carolina. If she loses Pennsylvania, she's going to lose this election. And right now, it's a toss-up. And every time you go into these races, Jessica, Hillary was up 5, Biden was up 9, and it ends being like this close. Yeah. So if Trump is going into this election tied or down 1 or 2, he's going to win. And that's what makes you nervous. And not me so much.
Okay. All right, Greg. According to the Teamsters, it's been reported that they had an agreement that if Kamala had a majority of those numbers, that they would have endorsed her, but that they would only endorse Trump if there was what they called universal endorsement or unanimous endorsement.
Yeah, it's unusual. I mean, when do you get 100% endorsement? You know?
Never.
I mean, me on Tinder, but I'm kidding. I'm married. Look, this is about men. You know, this is an amplified version of what's going on in many homes across America. There's a husband or a boyfriend that likes Trump, you know, wants to vote for him, but he can't say it. So the non-endorsement is an endorsement. He just says, you know, I'm just going to, when the wife or the girlfriend and her friends start talking about how mean Donald Trump is, he just goes to the garage and drinks a beer. That's what this is. What is the Teamsters? It's truckers, it's construction workers. These are not soy boys who shave their chest. These are guys, these guys, this is Trump's people. I go back to, I've said this before. People have made this about race. It is about gender. Men don't want to be in a place where they aren't wanted. And that's the Democrat Party, where their leaders cannot define a woman and redefine men as Tim Walz, which is hilarious. These are mostly dudes. They're tough. They're protective. They're sensible believers in self-defense for their family, for their friends, for their property. And all of these traits, you know, because of the infiltration of the woke, have been branded as toxic. The Dems have forgotten that the evolutionary traits of men is to protect the things they love, which include women. And the woke agenda has undermined that. I mean, look at the attack on women's sports. Look at the attacks on police and bail, which, you know, protect women. The recidivism of repeat offenders, that's due to the Democrats. Going after parental rights. These are things that men hate because in their genes, in their blood, they want to protect. And the Democrat Party is saying, if you want to protect, there's something wrong with you.
I do just disagree with one thing you said.
Yes.
Yo, this is so funny, man. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, subscribe to the channel. This is just so wild. Damn. Goddamn Guttenfield.
Real men, some real men do shave their chest. Sometimes.
Swimmers?
Real men,
Jesse.
not all over their chest, but just sometimes
Just where
where their
you need
hair
it.
gathers.
Yeah.
Right.
Leah Thomas.
A real man.
Dana, swing states have very often, like specifically Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, have very often relied on the work of the unions to support candidates. And I know as a candidate, especially with the Teamsters, they come out and they put up the signs, they build the stages, they do. I mean, these are real workers. Mm-hmm. The non-endorsement, it seems, will hurt Kamala more in the swing states.
Yes, possibly, but also maybe help Trump in places like Georgia, North Carolina, because a lot of those businesses decided to leave the blue states and go to more red states where they would have more favorable conditions, like, for example, their right-to-work states where other places are not. Also, I think the media tends to view unions as a monolith. So, for example, like Planned Parenthood and the Sierra Club, they have always been organs of the Democrat Party. And we are in the middle of a political realignment, and it continues, which is why Jessica can have the numbers that she has. True. And then you could also have the numbers of all the other Teamsters saying, yeah, I'm not for that. They listen to Brad Paisley's I'm Still a Guy and think, yeah, that's me. That's what I'm going for. You mentioned self-defense, and I think there's something we haven't mentioned in this show yet, but it's getting a little bit more attention right now, and that is Kamala Harris's position on guns and gun buybacks, or also even a clip from 2007. Now, that's going back a ways. I get it. But in which she talks about going into a home and taking your gun. So how many, if you do the crossover, how many people in the Teamsters are also gun owners who also might not be registered to vote? So Joey Jones this morning on America's Newsroom had an incredible statistic of how many gun owners are not registered to vote.
Yes.
And I thought that was so interesting because because the race is so tight, you got to figure out a way to get all of those people out. And there's different motivations that are pushing people to vote. But I do think that the rank and file of the unions has always been slightly different. My last point is that AOC yesterday says, but every time they call and they need help, who helps them? The Democrats helps them. But I don't think it's as much about jobs anymore, even though they've seen their jobs go away because of the electric vehicle mandate, which has been a total flop. But it's also cultural. And I think that's what she's missing. It's about all the things about they want their family, want the self-defense, they want to be able to make sure that their kids are going to schools, they want to have the school choice, they want to make sure that their girls are not going to have to compete against guys when they go for the volleyball scholarship at the university. All of those things are happening at the same time in the middle of this political realignment. It's not just about the jobs anymore.
What about the pensions,
Yeah,
though,
very
which
good.
Biden got for them? 350,000 Teamsters got their pensions.
They are so ungrateful.
Yep, it is
You
what
said it, not
it
me.
is. All right.
Click here to subscribe.
She definitely made a good point. She definitely made a good point. I am a videographer, and there was a time I was filming in South Carolina, somewhere in Columbia County, and they were building stages, and the Teamsters were there helping out. And I saw the way they came together and worked in unison. So if they're coming out now saying we're not endorsing anybody, that might mean a lot.
I've been looking forward to this interview for some time, especially given the last-minute drama. I'm talking about a chat with Sean O'Brien. He is the Teamsters General President. We've talked to him many times over the years, and he speaks his mind. That's why I'm a little surprised by this news today that the Teamsters will not be officially endorsing a presidential candidate. So I thought to myself, Neil, when you talk to Sean, ask him how a guy who was invited to speak before Republicans at their convention but didn't get the same honor at the Democratic convention could decide not to support the Republican nominee. And here he is, Sean O'Brien. Good to have you, Sean. Why not? Why not Donald Trump?
How are you, sir? Well,
Very
listen,
good.
we interviewed both candidates, and we were seeking commitments from both candidates, and we couldn't get solid commitments on our core issues like the PRO Act, like veto and national right to work, like staying out of labor disputes and not trying to force any contracts on us, like what happened to our brothers and sisters in the rail industry. We didn't get solid commitments from either candidate, which was a major factor in our decision as a General Executive Board not to endorse any candidate. However, we did a lot of polling, as you know, and the polling leaned heavily towards former President Trump. So that tells you that
very heavily, Sean. And I'm just wondering, do you look disconnected from your members?
No, we're definitely not disconnected from our members because, look, we did extensive polling that was important. Our goal as leaders, as union leaders, as leader of the Teamsters, is to provide the ability for people to have a voice and to provide credible information. And we cannot dictate to our members. Our members are sophisticated. They're going to make their own decisions. But this is a bigger problem. You know, the Democrats have always taken for granted that they're going to get our vote no matter what. And the Republicans fancy themselves as the working people's party. I think right now both sides have to take a step back and really reevaluate what their commitment is to working people. And that's what we did in this process.
All right, but it does make me wonder when 2 out of 3 of your members prefer Donald Trump. Now, it's a telephone survey, I grant that, but that trend has been around for a while where members tend to favor more the Republican candidate than the Democratic candidate, but that's a pretty overwhelming shutout right there. So
well, I think
did that come into your thinking or no?
We evaluated everything. We evaluated the straw poll, which was done in person, which, as you know, when you have an audience, you can influence that audience. We figured that was going to lean heavily towards President Biden, and it didn't lean heavily towards him. And then we did the poll where 40,000 of our members participated in that. That's a 60% poll, the other 58% poll that you see. And then we did the research-based polls. And you know, 2 out of those 3 polls leaned Republican. So again, I'll get back to there's a lot of work that got to be done. Our members are paying attention, and again, a no endorsement I think sends a message to both parties that if they truly want to support working people, they have to reevaluate it and understand that nothing is given; it is earned.
All right, I don't mean to disrespect here, but no endorsement also means you can have it both ways. And you're not taking a stand.
No, we're not looking to have it both ways at all. I take a stand every day. I call balls and strikes. You know, there's some great Democrats that supported us. President Biden, passed pension legislation that fixed our pensions. But the reality of it is, again, I've said this time and time again, they fixed problems that were created a long time ago. Trucking deregulation cost 400,000 Teamster jobs. Companies went into bankruptcy, which destroyed pension funds. So, you know, although they fixed the problem, You know, some of us created those problems that had to be fixed. And, you know, look, it's different times. Our members are different. A lot of people, there's a lot of social issues out there where sometimes our members are focused clearly on the social issues. Not taking a position is not having it both ways. This country is divided down the middle. It's my goal, just like we've done with our union, is to bring this together, work bipartisan, and get some stuff done, like the PRO Act, like bankruptcy reform, and other issues that affect our members.
You know, did this turn in any way, Sean? I think you were critical of President Trump after his interview where he was going back and forth with Elon Musk and others about when you can fire or get rid of workers, and that he admired that ability. And you were quite vehement about it. And I just thought that might have represented a turning point.
Yeah, I mean, obviously words have consequences, right? Statements have consequences. And I will, you know, I called former President Trump out, just like I would call anybody else that tries to retaliate or make fun of people being terminated for exercising their right to strike. But when we asked both candidates in the presidential forum roundtables about supporting railway workers and workers that are under the RLA to strike and not interfere, we couldn't get strong commitments from either candidate. So, you know, that was a major factor in our decision making. But back to your point, unacceptable for anybody to fire workers for exercising their right and or gloat about it. So it's no secret, I'm not a big fan of Elon Musk.
Okay, that I do remember. But let me then step back and get your thoughts on that relationship, because Elon Musk apparently might have a great sway in a potential Trump administration. And even when it comes to looking at the government books and looking at how the government spends its money, did that weigh in?
Yeah, I mean, look, we can't look to see ghosts. I've got 1.3 million of the strongest people in the world, and that's our rank and file members. And, you know, although there may be a difference of opinions or there may be criticisms, if we have to go to fight with corporate America and the Elon Musk of the world, I like my chances.
Okay, so let me just get a sense of where you go from here. Because your colleagues at other unions, by and large, have been going hook, line, and sinker for Kamala Harris. And I know your members, when polled on this, and I know these can be erratic polls, they're not scientific polls, I know how they go, liked Joe Biden a lot more than Kamala Harris. Is that true?
Joe Biden, I think they polled consistently in our polls. I can't speak for anything else. But, you know, they polled about 25% to 30% popularity with our members consistently.
So I'm sorry, compared to President Trump, though, he scored higher, did he not?
He scored higher, he did, yes.
Okay, Kamala Harris does not?
No, she does not.
So they're not psyched about her, they're more psyched about Donald Trump?
I don't think they're psyched about both candidates. You know, there's issues that...
Thank you for tuning in. God bless you. Smash the like button, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. It is your boy Genesis. Okay, so we are currently watching the Teamsters President, or the chairman. He is talking about how they're not going to be endorsing any presidential candidate, whether it's Trump or Kamala. No candidate would be endorsed by the Teamsters. However, a lot of individuals are going towards Trump. And some people are also going to vote for Kamala regardless. But they are coming out together and saying we are not endorsing any presidential candidate. You know what time it is. Smash the like button. But what do you think, though? What do you think? He just mentioned he has 1.3 million people strong. That means a lot. And that's power right there. Smash the like button, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
That are specific to what our members want and need. And, you know, this polling wasn't just a vote. There were issues and questions posed within this polling that our members asked. So, you know, I think this process, and I guess, you know, I'll get back to, you know, people are sick of it. People are sick of the name calling. People are sick of tearing each other apart because they support one candidate versus the other. And I think it's just, you know, people are fed up and they want it over with. I want it over with, to be honest with you. We do great work. We negotiate the strongest contracts. We're organizing thousands of members each month. That's what our focus needs to be on.
All right. AFL-CIO, United Auto Workers Union, they're strong Democrat. They're going for Kamala Harris. Service workers, maybe because of Donald Trump and the original proponent of getting rid of the tax on tips, seems to lean his way. Is this an opportunity missed? Do you think you made a statement by not making a statement one way or the other for either candidate?
It's not an opportunity missed as far as we're concerned. It's an opportunity to obviously highlight that there's a problem politically with union members. And look, I polled my members. I released the data. I don't interfere in any other unions or their policies or procedures. But I can only speak for the Teamsters Union. We're going to be transparent. And I can't speak. If there's going to be criticisms from my peers in the labor movement, so be it. Our mission still stays the same. We're going to be transparent and inclusive of the rank and file members.
All right. You didn't get a chance to speak to Democrats at their convention. You did to Republicans at their convention. Does any of that stick in your craw a little bit that you guys, I went the extra mile and you turned me down?
My feelings don't get hurt easily, and they weren't hurt because I didn't get invited to the DNC. I went to the RNC with one agenda, and that was to highlight how important the American worker and the Teamster member is to this country. It wasn't an endorsement of either party, and if I had the opportunity to speak at the DNC, the message would have been the same. Look, it's about fighting corporate America, fighting corporate greed, and holding politicians accountable. At the end of the day, I've been told recently by Democrats and Republicans everything they do for us, and I appreciate it. But just like anything else, that's their job. That's what we elect them to do, and that's what they should be focused on. They shouldn't be telling us what they've done for us in the past. They should be focused on what they're going to do for us in the future.
All right, I'm reflecting on that one telephone poll. I don't mean to belabor it, Sean, but you're going to have a lot of angry members, I would assume. How are you dealing with it?
We're going to have some angry members, there's no doubt. But we're going to have some happy members as well. Remember, our union is different. We're 50-50 right down the middle. So either way, we're going to take criticism. And, this is a small portion of what our job is as union leaders in the Teamsters Union. Don't forget, we've got to organize members. We've got to negotiate the strongest contracts, what we have done. We've set industry standards. So, at the end of the day, we're going to continue to fulfill the mission that we've been doing for 2.5 years under our leadership.
So very quickly on this, I think you have to go back, to around 1996 when your union didn't commit to someone. Is this a rarity then? Will you, 4 years from now, be less inclined to repeat a no support statement?
Well, 1996, obviously, that was a result of NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreement. So that that was a great reason.
Right.
Now we took
Bill
a position.
Clinton was president, right?
But this should be an eye opener for 2028. If people want the support of the most powerful union in North America, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, start doing some things to support our members.
Sean O'Brien, a real pleasure. Thank you very much. The Teamsters General President speaking his mind. We'll see the fallout from this because it is coming in fast and crazy as I was talking to Sean, but I can't repeat some of these things. It's a family show.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I just saw someone in the comments say, how do I super chat you? Thank you for what you're doing, Genesis. Okay, first of all, I want to say thank you that you even wanted to super chat me. However, YouTube has mentioned that my content is harmful to the viewers, so they they haven't monetized my channel. Hopefully soon they do. So I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed for that one. So you cannot super chat me. You cannot do none of that stuff. The only thing you could do to support the channel is subscribe, like the live show, or you can Cash App me right there. I actually pinned my Cash App down there. For some reason YouTube says my content is harmful. So I hope I'm not harming you with giving you the facts and bringing the news to you. I hope that's not harming you guys. Yes, I do Cash App Joan. I do Cash App. The Cash App is right there. If you want to support, God bless you. You don't have to. It is what it is. But thank you so much for being here, spending your time with me. You guys are the best. All right, thank you. Let's go listen to what CNN has to say. Some people are saying that the conversation Oprah had with Kamala Harris may be a very decisive uh, conversation to the road leading to the White House for Kamala Harris. Let's go see what they have to say.
Can Oprah Winfrey elevate another candidate to the White House? Well, tonight, the billionaire appeared with Kamala Harris to help make that happen. The two co-hosted a campaign event in Michigan called Unite for America. And at one point, things got emotional when the family of a woman whose death is linked to abortion restrictions in Georgia came face to face with Harris. Listen to this.
You're looking at a mother that is broken. Mm-hmm. The worst pain ever that a mother, that a parent could ever feel. Her father and myself and the family, you're looking at it.
Amber's mom shared with me that the word over and over again in her mind is preventable. These abortion bans have been passed that criminalize healthcare providers. In a couple of states, prison for life, Oprah. Prison for life in a couple of states for a doctor or a nurse who provides health care.
That was one of the most emotional moments from this event. Oprah was crying. I mean, many people in the audience were crying. And it really took me back, I mean, obviously, to the Oprah Winfrey that everyone had in their living rooms for, decades. Will this be effective?
Well, I think the abortion issue is effective. Whether Oprah is the person that brings it to us, Kamala Harris is the person that brings it to us. The thing is, stripping women of their rights in this country was always inevitably going to lead to death. And Amber's a perfect example of that. The doctors knew exactly what to do when she arrived at the hospital, and they waited 20 hours to do the necessary DNC. And she died because they waited too long. It's not that they didn't know what to do. It's not that there was a crisis. It was a completely, as her mother said, preventable death. And that happens when you take people's rights from them and you say all of this fits into this one tank, when it doesn't. Our health care is our bodies. It's our lives. It's our livelihoods. Quite frankly, it's an economic issue. I don't know why we keep separating the economy from abortion. How many people are sitting at your kitchen table is a kitchen table issue. So abortion is center. Whether Oprah brings it to us or not, abortion will be center to this election.
These events are, part of a strategy that the Harris campaign is putting out there, which is to largely avoid doing interviews. They're not necessarily settings that where she shines. So they're doing this instead. And this was very different for her. Might it work? Will this be enough? I mean, we have, less than 50 days until the next election. So,
the answer is it is not enough. It will work, partly. So, let me explain. This is a great event. Please do explain. This is a great event, and it's good for her. And listen, especially with Oprah and an Oprah audience, this is really, really important for Kamala Harris because Donald Trump has every base voter he's going to get. She does not have every base voter she can get. And needs about 10 points more black voters in places like Georgia to be where she needs to be to win these swing states. So these are incredibly important moments for her. They are not enough, though. She still has to sit down and answer questions. I'm not inventing this. I talk to swing state voters all day. And what they're telling me is I'm still undecided because I haven't heard enough from Kamala Harris. They know who Donald Trump is. They don't know enough about Kamala Harris. And they're not here for the soft interviews. They want her to have to answer real questions about the problems they have. This is them in their own words. You don't have to take it from S.E. Cupp. Take it from the voters you need. She needs more interviews.
But can I ask you, can I say to you, then where is Trump having those real hard-hitting interviews where he says, I'm going to mass deport 11 million people, but he doesn't actually explain that? Why does she have to explain every nuance of every policy?
First of all, he does a ton of interviews.
Absolutely, but he doesn't answer a lot of questions.
But I just explained, undecided voters know who he is. Yeah. That's not their concern. They know who he is. They don't feel like they know who who she is. That's something, if I'm the Harris campaign, I'm listening to those voters. They're the voters I need. So it's not about, well, why am I doing more than what Trump has to do? Forget it. Do you want to win? Listen to those voters.
I will sit there and say with Oprah, I don't know if Oprah of 2024 means as much as Oprah 2008 just because the nature of celebrity has changed.
Everybody knows Trump does interviews. This man does interviews all day, every time. He comes out and he isn't shy or afraid or scared to talk to people. Kamala has only done 2 interviews, one pre-recorded, and the second one, I think, was pre-recorded also. So it's like, this man, everybody knows who Trump is. Like, relax, bro.
You used to be a celebrity in 2008, man. You were a celebrity. Everyone knew your name. She had universal name ID. People under 30 probably don't have a deep connection to Oprah Winfrey. They were children when her show ended. And we even saw with Taylor Swift last week when she endorsed Kamala Harris online. Voter registration spiked slightly for the first day, but it was still down significantly from 4 years prior as far as new voter registration. I don't know if celebrity...
True.
It is true. I think John
No,
Calhoun.
you're right. Celebrity endorsements don't move.
They don't move.
This isn't an endorsement. It's an
I don't know if
interview.
this is about voters under 30, but Van, let me let you get in there.
I think that it matters how she shows up and not necessarily where she shows up. I think people want to see her.
Exactly.
Like, that's a home game, right? So that's a home game.
Yeah.
So that's a home game. I think people want to see her on the road. I think a lot of the people who have questions about Kamala Harris, whether or not they are fair or unfair, what they want to see is her willingness to answer those questions. Yeah. And that's going to help her. Those are opportunities in Georgia, opportunities in Pennsylvania. Yeah. Don't look at them as peril. They're opportunities because when she gets in front of those people in those spaces, she does really, really well.
I think that this is a really important point because, you know, the idea is not necessarily that she has to fill in all the blanks on all the policy. It's actually that she needs to be the person that she was with Oprah in other settings as well. I want to play another part from this event tonight that I think might surprise a lot of people at home.
I'm in favor of assault weapons bans, universal background checks, red flag laws. I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz is a gun. I did not know that. If somebody breaks in my house, they're getting shot.
I love that she knows the Castle Doctrine.
Yeah, I know, right?
That's wonderful.
From a Democrat,
Florida laws
I'm not
everywhere.
against it. Look, I understand why the campaign decided to do this event with Oprah. I think they recognize that the vice president has a very serious issue with men. My assumption is that because of that awareness, they hope to double up the penetration of women to provide some type of a buffer for some mathematical potential losses.
Okay. That was a hell of an expression.
Just choice of words, but we will move on from it.
But yeah, you got wait a minute. You guys are taking that the wrong way here, guys.
You said it.
But you're taking it the wrong way.
Have you been on Nude Africa?
But my point is.
No, I'd like you to change your words.
My point is that I think by attempting to double up on their outreach and engagement for women, they are attempting to provide a buffer for the vice president for whatever potential losses she may have from men. I'm not certain, though, if that mathematically will be enough in places like Pennsylvania, where I think men will absolutely matter, where I think the vice president, if you look at the underlying numbers, will probably need to turn out 5-6% statewide.
Will they like that answer about guns, men?
I don't think so. I'm a gun owner. I own a gun business. I'm not convinced by that.
You don't buy it?
No, I don't believe in supporting banning AR-15s. I do not believe necessarily in red flag laws, particularly because of the implications of men of color, who are one of the fastest growing groups of gun owners now. So can a neighbor of mine who happens to be white call the police because they're afraid that I, as a black man, have a gun and the police just come to my door with guns blazing? So I have a lot of legitimate concerns about red flag laws. So
That's not how they work, though. You have to be adjudicated by a judge.
Yeah, there's a
not a neighbor.
But my point is, Leslie, it puts people of color who are gun owners at a higher propensity of being potentially shot by a police officer coming to their home.
That's not red flag laws,
to take their guns.
I don't doubt that at all, but that has nothing to do with
But I do think having Kamala Harris say, if you break into my house, you're getting shot, is different than what you typically hear from Democrats, right? Like, you think Democrats are coming for all your guns, we're coming to take all of them, and here you have a candidate saying, here's what I will do if you come into my home. And I do think that is different.
But I don't think people believe that, a couple minutes ago is that she said, I'm taking all your guns away 1,000 days ago, 1,200 days ago.
No, she never said she was taking all your guns away.
Mandatory gun buybacks.
Yeah.
Yes, she did.
Yeah.
She said that 1,200 days ago, and now she's this proud gun owner.
What types of weapons?
She was not. It was not all your guns.
But not all of your guns.
But
Not all your guns, just the ones that are
AR-15. I mean, to be honest, I am a gun owner.
own, and
I have many guns.
This is where we are, and it just baffles me that a couple of months ago, for the past 3.5 years, nobody was talking about Kamala Harris. Everybody was like, where is the vice president? And all of a sudden, she is the presidential nominee. And then we are here having a debate who should be the next president. A president who has been in the White House, which is the 45th. Some people say he might be the 47th. Or someone who has been MIA for the past 3.5 years. I don't know. I'll let you make that decision for yourself.
Yesterday, in shocking testimony before the House Homeland Security Committee, a former senior-ranking Border Patrol official, Aaron Heike, alleged that the Biden administration intentionally covered up the border crisis. And in his testimony, Heike explained the lengths that the administration went to lie to the American people, conceal information from the media. Now, take a look at this.
For the first time in my 25 years and under 5 different administrations, whether through neglect or on purpose, I saw a large-scale lapse in our ability to return people to their country of origin. Simultaneously, in San Diego, we had an exponential increase in significant interest aliens. These are aliens with significant ties to terrorism. Prior to this administration, the San Diego sector averaged 10 to 15 SIA arrests per year. Once word was out the border was far easier to cross, San Diego went to over 100 SIAs in 2022, well over that in 2023, and even more than that registered this year. These are only the ones we caught. At the time, I was told I could not release any information on this increase in SIAs or mention any of the arrests. The administration was trying to convince the public there was no threat at the border. I had to release illegal aliens by the hundreds each day into communities who could not support them. To quiet the problem, 2 flights a week were provided from San Diego to Texas. These flights simply brought aliens that would have been released in San Diego over to Texas. Each flight cost approximately $150,000. This was the administration's way to try and quiet the border-wide crisis. Through pressure from the administration, my headquarters became more interested in the fiction that being portrayed in the media and not at all concerned with reality. Each time we asked for help in dealing with a new issue, it fell on deaf ears. At times in San Diego, we had 2,000 or more aliens sitting in between the fences asking to turn themselves in. I was told to move them out of sight of the media.
All right, here with more, former U.S. Border Patrol San Diego Sector Chief Aaron Heike. So you were told to keep these illegal immigrants out of sight. At the same time, Harris, Biden, Mayorkas, and every other administration official, they were telling the American people that the border is secure and the border is closed. So they basically were telling you to lie to the American people and cover it up on their behalf. Is that an accurate description?
I think it's pretty accurate. They wouldn't allow us to put out any information. It was very frustrating knowing what was going on, knowing that there were large gaps in the border coverage, and that there were real threats there that we weren't able to address, and that there were real threats entering our country.
And who was telling you to do that?
It came through my headquarters, Border Patrol headquarters.
Okay, and they also prevented you from reporting the names and the actual number of illegal immigrants that had ties to terror? And if that's the case, because we know there are hundreds of people with terror ties in this country, we know that there are people, 11.5 million is now the number of people we know about. And then of course, there are the gotaways, but people coming from 180 countries, that would include our top geopolitical foes and countries with terror ties. That would be Iran and Syria and Egypt and Afghanistan, and that would include Venezuela. That would include tens and tens of thousands from Russia and China. Am I correct about that?
You are correct. We are not allowed to put any information out on any of the individuals, whether it be the significant increase in number of the significant interest aliens that entered, or any information out that we had large gaps, entire zones across Texas, Arizona, and California that had no agent presence for weeks at a time. We have no idea what and who entered our country over that time frame, and we weren't allowed to put that information out either.
If you couldn't put out the name and the numbers of people that had known terror ties, what happened to those people? Were they released into our country even though you knew they had known terror ties?
The actual end state for all of those people, I don't know where any of them ended up. If they had significant terror ties, we would turn them over to the FBI for further questioning, and then they would go over to Immigration and Customs Enforcement for final determination. I don't know the ultimate, but as many as there were and as much of it was going on, likely many of them were released into the United States public.
Is it safe to say that you have knowledge that there are people from countries with known terror ties and people that have known terror ties themselves? Is it safe to say that you are pretty confident that they have been released into our country?
I think it's safe to say that they are here for sure. Between those numbers that came through, the inability that agents have.
Shout out to XRCE. Shout out to XRCE. He says, I am a garbage truck driver at 7:20 a.m. watching this. Love from Canada. Shout out to XRCE. Shout out to the strong and able men out there trying to provide for their families. God bless you. Thank you. And everybody watching the live stream, God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. You guys are the best. We're currently watching what the border people are talking about. Like, this is all new news. Every day it's new thing coming up. Enjoy.
Had to do proper questioning because there were so many people that they had to deal with each day, that they slipped through the cracks and entered into our country, yes.
So would it then be logical to conclude, if people with known terror ties from countries with known terror ties that you were told to lie about, would it be logical to conclude that they're likely in this country plotting, planning, and scheming another 9/11 attack or worse? And if, in fact, that happens, would it be fair to blame Harris and Biden and Mayorkas for allowing this to happen? And if Americans die, wouldn't they have blood on their hands?
Well, I think it's one of the things that keeps me up at night. It's one of the things that keeps all the agents that I worked with up at night, knowing that there are those threats that likely did and have come into our country that are here, and that is a much more likely possibility now with the inability to do the Border Patrol mission of national security over the last several years.
Were you forced to release illegal immigrants and pay for flights from your sector in San Diego to Texas? And how much did those flights cost the American taxpayer, and how many flights were there?
The flights started when we were releasing hundreds and sometimes 1,000 more people a day into downtown San Diego. We were given 2 flights a week from San Diego to Texas, about a little over 100 people per day, per flight. So twice a week to fly them to Texas to be released. When I asked why that was being done, I was told that there was a problem in.
Shout out to Cooper Ameridian. I don't want to butcher your name, Cooper. Shout out to Cooper Ameridian. Thank you so much for tuning in. She's been consistent. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. Thank you for tuning in. And let's listen to the ex-border patrol chief claims.
Texas, there was not a problem in California. We received those flights for about a month, and then they stopped. Once those flights stopped, we continued to release. We had no choice. I was told not to release anymore into San Diego. My reply was that I cannot keep those people. Once a person is determined to be released, it's a Fourth Amendment violation to hold them in detention. They must be released. And so I told my headquarters that I would not stop releasing.
So basically, they put you in a position that you had to violate what the laws of this country are, because last I checked, you're not allowed to enter the country without approval. And then you became, in that sense, they put you in a position where you had to release them into the sanctuary state of California. But Aaron Heike, thank you for being honest with the American people and telling them the truth. It's important they know. And I'll add that when they got here, that now Kamala supports decriminalizing them, getting them on a path to citizenship after they get free housing, health care, education, and if they want a free sex change operation. And in Minnesota, you get a legal driver's license and you get a free college tuition paid for you. Amazing country we live in.
That was very insightful for sure. That was very insightful for sure. Okay, let's go see what the polls numbers are looking like on CNN. We just watched this on Fox, so like I always say, we got to be, balanced. You watch Fox, you watch CNN, and so people don't cry because people like crying.
This comes the same day as this new national poll from the New York Times, and Siena College has Harris and Trump tied 47% apiece. Coincidentally, as we mentioned, the exact same number of days until the election. We also have 4 new polls on the state of the race in Pennsylvania. Must win for both campaigns. We'll have more on that in a moment. And a short time ago, the former president spoke at an event on fighting anti-Semitism. That's what it was billed as. It was sponsored by Republican billionaire donor Miriam Adelson. You may remember last month when the president praised Adelson, he said the civilian award he gave her in office, the Medal of Freedom, was, quote, actually much better than the Medal of Honor, the nation's highest military decoration. Today, speaking before Jewish Americans about anti-Semitism, he said this.
47 days from now, we're going to defeat Kamala Harris. You have to defeat Kamala Harris. More than any other people on earth, Israel, I believe, has to defeat her. You know that? And I've never said this before. I'm thinking, Miriam, more than any people on earth, Israel has to defeat her. I really believe that it's a disaster for Israel.
I'm joined now by Washington Post columnist Philip Bump and our senior data reporter Harry Enton, and back with us Eva McKinn, Jamal Simmons, and Matt Mowers. So, Harry mentioned the new polls out of Pennsylvania. What they show?
Yeah, we got a buffet, an assortment for you. Last night we were talking about that Quinnipiac University poll. I said that there was going to be more Pennsylvania polls. I deliver for you. And what we see in those polling is sort of a range, right? Quinnipiac is the most friendly to Kamala Harris with a +5, but the
Why is it?
bottom line is, you look at all of these polls, what you see is anything from a tie in Maris up to a lead +5. The average here is pretty good for Kamala Harris, right?
A number of those would be within the margin of error.
They are within the margin of error. That's why we show all of them, and that's why I take the aggregation, because that, of course, gives you a better idea of where the race would be. And so you see that range, but the bottom line is, if you take the average of all of them, what you see is essentially Kamala Harris up by 2 or 3, depending on how exactly you take the average. And why is Pennsylvania so important? Look, we've done a number of segments on Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania. And the bottom line is this. If you win Pennsylvania, your chance of winning the presidency is quite high. So, for instance, for Kamala Harris, it's 88% if she wins the state of Pennsylvania. If Donald Trump wins the state of Pennsylvania, it's a 94% chance of winning this particular election. So the bottom line is Pennsylvania. If you win Pennsylvania, you're probably going on to win the White House.
But, does it matter that nationally she's apparently neck and neck?
I mean,
because
look,
a lot of people were saying earlier, well, she's got to be 10 points up nationally.
This is going to be one of the great questions of our time, which is what's going to be the gap between the Electoral College and the popular vote? The large belief generally out there is that Kamala Harris has to win the popular vote by at least 2 points in order to win in the Electoral College. However, there was a very interesting analysis today from my dear friend Nate Cohn at the New York Times, which actually suggests that Kamala Harris is doing particularly well in those northern battleground states, better than you might think based upon the national vote. And these polls, I think, kind of prove that, because in Pennsylvania, she's actually, at least in the polls released today, at least matching her national numbers, if not exceeding them.
Eva, what do you think of these polls?
I think that they are still running scared is what I'm hearing from them. They don't want to get overconfident here, but certainly it is a good sign, and it is an endorsement of the strategy that they are employing. I think many of us in the media are frustrated because we want to be able to question the vice president. We want to be able to get a better understanding of her evolution on some of these key policy matters. But they're running a very tight ship. They're running a very disciplined operation. Everything is very strategic. They are meeting the voters where they need to be. And I think that they are getting the results that they want to get.
There are fewer than 50 days until Election Day, fewer, and the presidential race is razor thin. A new New York Times Siena poll shows Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump tied nationally among likely voters, each polling 47%. Looking specifically at battleground Pennsylvania, which it all may come down to, a new CNN poll of polls shows no clear leader there. Harris at 49%, Trump at 47%, essentially tied there too. Let's bring in Nate Silver, the founder of 538, author of the new book, On the Edge, The Art of Risking Everything. He also has a Substack.
They keep saying tied every time I watch this guy. It's just like, oh, it's a close race. But when you check the poll on this live stream, we have over almost 3,500 people voted here, and 75% are going for Trump. 25% are going for Kamala. Yet, and that's on every independent poll that I watch on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, X. Okay. It's usually 70% for Trump, 20-something% for Kamala. Yet, it's a close race. I don't know where they're getting the polls from.
Silver bullet. So, Nate, this race is bigger than any one state, obviously. Looking at the larger perspective, what are the dynamics at play that make this race so close?
I don't think we've ever seen such a close race. All 7 battleground states, our averages have, yours probably have the same, polling within 2 percentage points or less. Look, it's probably an election where you have very high turnout. It comes down to just who has the bigger coalition. Trump has made some inroads with some groups, for example, younger Hispanic voters, younger Black voters. But, you know, Democrats continue to gain ground in the suburbs. They're going to have probably a more robust data and turnout operation. In a state like North Carolina in particular, it's mostly a turnout state. You have 50-50 groups. The GOP side has been a little bit bigger, a point bigger or so historically, but if you have something like Mark Robinson that moves the polls by half a point, all of a sudden that state becomes more interesting.
Well, let me ask you about Mark Robinson. Let's assume that the story is what it is, which it seems to be. Will this? I mean, obviously Stein was already favored to win the governor's race. Might this affect the presidential race in North Carolina?
So usually you do not have reverse coattails, meaning the presidential race can affect down ballot races, but not the other way around. In this case, first of all, you're going to have ads, I'm sure, running of Trump endorsing enthusiastically Robinson. There's also maybe a story about depressed GOP turnout where maybe people who would have crossed the finish line for Trump in the suburbs with a more normal, well-rounded GOP gubernatorial nominee might just say, you know what, I've had enough of this. I'm going to sit this election out potentially. There's no Senate race in North Carolina this year, by the way. So again, we'd already seen in the polls, North Carolina polling slightly better for Kamala Harris than Georgia, a reversal of 2020. This is more of a reason to believe that actually could be true and why you'll probably see all the candidates spending lots of time in that state from now through November.
So when someone corners you at a bar and says, okay, it's just us here, tell me what's going to happen, who's going to win, do you have a gut answer on that?
Look, it's 50-50 for a reason. The national polls are very close. There's a slight Harris lead, but we know that the GOP has an edge in close races in the Electoral College. With all 7 states polling so closely, I don't really have an intuition beyond what's in our forecast, which is 50-50 almost exactly. Look, clearly Harris has some kind of momentum post-debate. The thing that would worry me a little bit if I were Democrats is that she had the same momentum earlier on in the campaign and then had a very flat to negative period afterwards. So can she sustain the good vibe, so to speak, that she had before? You know, to me, Trump seems pretty off kilter recently. It's a bit more subjective. But we're not going to wake up on November 5th with a lot of certainty about the outcome. We might not go to bed on November 5th with a lot of certainty either. You could even have a recount 2020 style or 2000 style rather in one or more key swing states.
Your new book, On the Edge, is about the biggest risk takers in the world. What lessons from their experiences might apply to this year's presidential election in terms of, for instance, should Kamala Harris, I think it's fair to say, is running a relatively cautious campaign. Should she be taking more of a risk?
Well, first of all, the decision to replace Joe Biden with Harris was a risk-on decision, and a decision I think Democrats now appreciate was a good decision. Yeah, look, if I were her, I would do a little bit more local media and things like that. You know, look, I've been doing a book tour, and every little media hit helps as far as getting those marginal voters in an 0.1% election across the finish line. For voters out there, I'd say, look, you have to become comfortable dealing with uncertainty. The things you can control, you can vote, you can volunteer, you can donate, you can persuade your friends. You know, sweating the polls on social media might be entertaining for some people. That won't actually change the outcome, though.
All right, Nate Silver, thanks so much. Good to see you again, sir.
There's another new national presidential poll out tonight, the New York Times poll, showing a dead heat between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump among all likely voters surveyed. Joining us now here in the Situation Room, Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia. He's a prominent independent and former Democrat senator. Thanks very much.
Good to be with you.
You're smiling when I said that.
I'm very comfortable as an independent. I have the majority. I'm with 51% of the registered voters in America, over 80 million of us. You better figure out what we like and what we don't like if you want to win.
Well, you're a former Democrat. Kamala Harris, as you know, has positioned herself as being more moderate. Is she moderate enough to get your support?
Well, I mean, she's saying a lot of the right things now and everything. It's just basically what you say and what you do are two different things. And I think people are looking at that. It's encouraging to see her understanding you have to have an energy policy. This is the first time that the administration or anyone in the administration has acknowledged because of the IRA, we're producing more energy, fossil energy than ever before, more investment in clean technology than ever before, more solar. More battery storage. We're doing all the things, but we're energy independent. And we've paid down $230 billion of debt out of the IRA. No one's talked about the finances of this country. That'll be the downfall. If there's a downfall to the United States of America, it'll be the debt that we're putting onto our children.
You recently told our chief congressional correspondent, Manu Raju, a man you know.
Manu has a way of getting things that you shouldn't be
He's a great reporter. You recently said to him you wanted to have a phone conversation at least with Kamala Harris. Have you been able to touch base
We
with
haven't
her?
had the conversation yet. Hopefully that'll happen. And
you want to talk to her?
Sure. We sat beside each other in the Intelligence Committee for over a year.
So you got to know her?
We know each other. She's been down to my boat, and we've had dinner and everything. So we know each other. I know mostly everybody. Donald Trump, I've had many lunches and dinners with him. So I know all of the players in there, and we just got to see where we're going to go. But, people don't like this visceral rhetoric. People like myself, I'm sick and tired of the parties playing, you're the enemy, so I'm against you. You have an R by you.
What will it take, Senator, for you to endorse and vote for Kamala Harris?
I want to see if people recognize the debt that we're carrying right now. How do you get your financial house in order? Recognize there's $35.4 trillion, unprecedented debt that we've ever carried before. What we're doing, no matter what you say you want to do, and all these programs, you want to give so much for this and so much for that, new homes and businesses. What's the bill? What's it going to cost? Let's be realistic. People don't live in this la-la land. They have to worry about their finances every day.
As you know, Dick Cheney, Liz Cheney, they're now supporting her. A lot of independents are supporting her.
Sure.
And you still haven't decided. Is that right?
I have not endorsed. No, I have not endorsed. And I want to make sure, if I'm going to do an endorsement, I want to make sure that I believe the person that I'm talking to and working for is going to follow through. That depends on who they put around them. Because Joe Biden, I've known each other forever, and he's just always been great. You can make a deal with him and everything. And I felt that his staff pulled him too far to the left. He and I've had those conversations.
But I guess you must have a sense internally, privately, without declaring it, who you're going to vote for. I asked the question because you've said, and I'm paraphrasing you now, you love your country too much to vote for Trump.
That's correct.
You've said that. So if
insurrection, January the 6th.
You can't vote for Trump. So why not simply say you'll vote for Kamala Harris? She's the opponent.
Well, I'm going to reserve that right until I'm sure and I feel comfortable that we're going to have a balance.
But you're definitely not voting for Trump.
Right. The January 6th, the insurrection, that was real. President Trump lost the election, okay? Orderly transfer of power, the Constitution, what we have, who we are. We take an oath, all of us do, to defend and protect the Constitution. If you can't accept an orderly transfer of power, if you can't basically stop or decry a insurrection, that's a problem for me. That's It's a bigger step for me than I can.
Because when I hear you say
I like a lot of these policies.
There's no
Worked
way you
with
can
him.
vote for Trump. The obvious conclusion I have is that means you got to vote for Trump's opponent.
Yeah, I mean, that's the obvious conclusion you're making right there. And I intend to vote. Do I vote, write somebody in or whatever? I don't know. I don't know. I want to feel comfortable. I want to make sure that we're going in that right direction.
And you still don't feel comfortable saying you're
Well,
going to vote
I think Kamala's saying all the right things. Tim Walz is a person that I worked with for 8 years when he was in Congress. Very good person to work with. That helped a lot. But then they said he's moved too far left. I don't know. I've had a couple conversations with Tim, and we'll see where it goes. But I'm partial to governors anyway.
Before I let you go, where do you stand right now? Apparently the government's going to run out of money, the federal government.
It's a shame. It's just a shame that we're going down playing these games and every year.
So what's going to happen?
Well, no,
the stakes for the American people are enormous if there's a federal
There's not going
government
to be a
shutdown.
shutdown. There will not be a shutdown. There's no way that anybody in their right mind up there could allow that to happen. I understand the House could not get where they wanted to get to. Mike Johnson tried. Chuck Schumer, I think, will step forward, and I think him and Mitch McConnell will work it out, and we'll have a CR that'll take us to where we get a final deal at the end of the year, the way it should.
You're 100% sure there's not going to be a government shutdown?
I'm about 101%.
Oh, really?
Because if they do, they've lost their mind completely if they've done that. And why would you bring so much havoc and so much heartache and injury to the American people? Because the job's not being done here. Basically, the people should stay here, not get paid whatsoever. I always said, no budget, no pay. We hadn't had a budget for 20 years. Nobody can operate like that. You can operate your house that way, your business. There's got to be some penalties for not doing your job. And there is none. There's no recourse whatsoever.
Well, let's hope there's no government shutdown.
There will not be a shutdown.
Stakes for the American people would be enormous. Hey, Senator, thanks very much for coming.
It's always good to be with you.
Good to have you in the situation room.
Yeah, I'm always in a situation. Good to be in your situation room.
All right, welcome.
47 days until November 5th, Election Day, and new polling out today points to an overarching theme. The race for the White House will likely be one of the tightest contests in modern American history, with Harris and Trump deadlocked across several battleground states. In Pennsylvania, the state that could determine the election, a new CNN poll of polls shows the two candidates in a dead heat race with no clear leader. Let's turn now to CNN senior data reporter Harry Enden for a deeper dive on all of this. Harry, obviously the race on a razor's edge, and this new polling out of Pennsylvania, this new analysis, there's a lot to decipher there.
Oh, there's so much to decipher, Boris. I mean, I woke up at 4:30 this morning looking at all the polling data. I got no sleep. I was deep down in the spreadsheets. And here's the reason why. Look at this. We have gotten a bevy, a slew, a buffet of polling, whatever way you want to put it. Harris in Trump in Pennsylvania. This is the margin. Quinnipiac, you got 5 for Harris. How about the New York Times? You got 4 for Harris. Franklin and Marshall, 3. You notice we're coming down the line. Trump's doing a little bit better. How about the Washington Post? Just a 1-point lead for Harris, well within the margin of error. And Marist College, a tie. So the bottom line is, looking at this data, you see perhaps a slight lead for Harris, but then you work your way all the way back to your right side of the screen, and you get a tie. As you put it, my dear friend, very tight in the Keystone State.
And how about this new fresh Michigan and Wisconsin polling that's come out over the last day?
Yeah, all right. So I gave you 5 polls here. That's a lot of numbers to digest. So let's kind of dive in. We're going to look at Michigan, we're going to look at Wisconsin, and we're going to look at Pennsylvania, and we're going to basically close it in on an average, right? Take it all together, package it up, nice bow on the top of it to make it easy. So this is the Great Lake battleground states. In Michigan, +2 for Harris. Pennsylvania, you mentioned at the top, +2 for Harris. How about Wisconsin? +2 for Harris on average. The bottom line is, Boris, in these battleground states, it is so tight, no clear leader. Now, what does this mean for the electoral map? Because I think that is so important. You look at this and you say, okay, these numbers, what do these exactly mean? Let's talk about the race to 270 electoral votes, all right? Now, what I'm going to do in this situation is I'm going to say that the polling averages are right on. Now, they could be off by a little bit, and Trump could benefit from that and win with those polling averages the way they are. But let's just say the polling averages are right on. So we'll give Kamala Harris was
Every single time, no clear leader. Okay. Subscribe, smash the like button. Let's go.
Wisconsin. We'll give her Michigan, and of course we'll give her what I think is the most important state in this election, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. If you give Kamala Harris all three of these states, even if she loses in Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina, here's the key number. In the race to 270, she would get to exactly 270 electoral votes. But if you just took one of these states away, Boris, she would fall below that margin. So that is why you led this off by saying it is the closest race in a generation. It has been that way nationally. And when you look at these battleground states, there's no other way to describe it, my dear friend, than too close to call.
There is also the possibility, Harry, with these razor-thin margins, that if she somehow loses that congressional district in Nebraska, that the one in Omaha, that one electoral vote, we could be thrust into a tie, and then it's up to the House of Representatives. So a lot of things are possible there. What I want to ask you about, though, Harry, Taylor Swift, a lot of this polling has come out since she endorsed the vice president. Does this new polling find anything interesting in terms of her popularity with voters?
I think it does, because we always talk about Taylor Swift and the young vote. I think that might not necessarily be all that correct. At least depends on your definition of young. All right, this is Taylor Swift's net favorability rating. I want you to look at voters, likely voters under the age of 30. It's just +6 among Generation Z. It's actually our generation, Mr. Sanchez, which is where Taylor Swift is the most popular. Age 30 to 44, where her net favorability rating is +18. So if you're a big fan of Taylor Swift, chances are you're giving away your age in a way you might not want to. It turns out that the Taylor Swift fans are more likely to be a little bit older than I think is commonly assumed, and that might not be necessarily good news for me or for you or for our dear friend Brianna.
Harry, I think you've got to recalibrate your definition of young. Just a bit of advice. Just a bit of advice. Harry,
No.
No?
Don't try and get rid of me that easily. We're not.
No. Adjust the standard deviation. Right. Adjust the standard deviation, Harry. It's time. Thanks so much, buddy. Great to see you.
Bye.
So today, Vice President Harris is zeroing in on the swing state of Michigan. As you saw from Harry, it is one of those 3 key blue wall states, and she's going to have some serious star power at a big event planned for tonight. Harris is going to hold a virtual rally with the help of Oprah Winfrey. They're going to be targeting a key coalition that could help her win not just Michigan, but other important battleground states. CNN's Eva McKen joins us now live with more details. So Eva, are we expecting a huge turnout for this Zoom call rally?
Well, the campaign always is measured when they set expectations. But yes, Boris, I think it is going to be quite significant. That Win with Black Women call, that initial call that happened after we had this shakeup in the Democratic ticket is quite instructive. More than 90,000 women tuned in from across the country. It raised more than $1.5 million within about 3 hours. And so Win with Black Women is one of the partners tonight in this event. And so I think that it is going to be huge. I tuned into that call several weeks ago, and what you heard from these Black women from all across the country was that they finally feel viewed as part of the process. That so long Democrats have been, Black women have been the backbone of the Democratic Party, but now they feel as though they are being represented at the highest levels. So I think you are going to have a lot of engagement tonight. The entire goal is to fire up all of these key coalitions that do the important work of registering voters, Boris, and knocking on doors.
Eva, I want to ask you about some Axios polling that came out recently from Alex Thompson, a CNN colleague we should note, and he tabulated the number of interviews that both Harris and her running mate, Governor Walz, had done, and it pales in comparison to the number done by Donald Trump and J.D. Vance since Harris became the nominee some 60 days ago or so. I'm wondering, when you're talking to sources, do they tell you that this is part of a strategy, this kind of avoidance of the press?
So everything I glean from my conversations with Harris allies is they just don't see any benefit to this. They see, it's a time game, Boris. You know this well. that there's nothing more valuable than a candidate's time. And in this truncated campaign, they want her out, sometimes in intimate spaces with voters, having that one-on-one connection. And they lose that time if they are prepping intensely for an intense policy-driven interview with a news organization, I think to the great frustration of us. And so this does not surprise me. I think that in addition to these big rallies, they certainly have the money for them. They also want to do these sort of micro events where they're connecting very strategically with voters in the 7 key battleground states. And that doesn't leave a whole lot of time for news interviews.
There is great incentive for coming on CNN News Central. I should point out, we like to have a good time here, as Eva McCann
Oh,
well
absolutely.
knows. Thanks so much, Eva. Appreciate it.
Breaking news, Harris gets the Oprah treatment in what the Harris campaign is calling a, quote, big night. Oprah Winfrey will be joining Harris for a massive rally just moments from now. More than 200,000 people have already signed up to watch on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok, part of a nationwide movement led in part by Black female supporters to motivate voters to vote for Harris. Renee Marsh is out front.
Kamala Harris's historic candidacy has ignited a surge of activism among Black women.
We often talk about this idea of Black girl magic and or the secret sauce. It's the work. It's the work that Black women have put in.
Juteka Edie, founder of Win with Black Women, organized the Zoom call that she says netted 90,000 Black women in support of Harris in the hours after President Joe Biden exited the race in July. She also organized Thursday's virtual rally with the vice president, hosted by Oprah.
There have been over 140 Zooms for Kamala that have raised collectively over $20 million. That many of them have said that they were inspired by our call.
We are here in these states. Black women are crisscrossing battleground states to mobilize voters in places like North Carolina, where Donald Trump won by a little more than a point in 2020. Good morning. At this political house party south of Charlotte, Janice Robinson is training a kitchen full of suburban women how to boost voter turnout and flip the state blue.
We call them troublemakers. We're training them how to talk to their friends, family, and acquaintances about the issues that are important in North Carolina. When it comes to convincing people to vote and become consistent voters, people will listen to the people that they trust.
After Trump's 2016 victory, the occupational therapist turned political activist made it a mission to prevent his re-election.
I pulled those lists of Democrats and independents who lean Democrats, and we went knocking on doors, making phone calls.
She flipped her historically Republican precinct blue in hopes to replicate the strategy statewide. In 2020, Black women were key to Joe Biden winning the presidency, backing him over Donald Trump by roughly 80 points. Harris is counting on their support in November. And while she has not leaned into the history-making aspect of her candidacy, she has embraced her ties to Black sororities, including her own Alpha Kappa Alpha, which is one of 9 historically Black fraternities and sororities that boast 2.5 million members. The sorority recently launched its own political action committee, allowing it to support candidates. The driving force for these Black women are the issues.
Why is this so important for you to do this work? I went through one of those back alley abortions at 15. I'm lucky to be alive today. That's personal to me.
Not only is it historic, but there are pivotal issues that are on the ballot that Black women are paying very close attention.
Paying attention, but also clear-eyed about the challenge ahead this fall.
We're gonna work our asses off to make sure this election turns out the way that we want it to turn out. And if it doesn't, then it won't be because we did not do everything we could.
And Erin, you can see that these Black women who are organizing, they're going beyond communities of color. But will the unprecedented outreach that we are seeing by Black women be enough to help Harris carry those tight battleground states? Well, that is something that we'll have to wait and see after election. But tonight, Harris's campaign sees this virtual event as a moment to try to reach a broad cross-section of persuadable voters. Aaron?
All right, Renee, thank you very much. And of course, time with Oprah and all the people watching that is hugely significant for Harris. Harry Anton is here to go beyond the numbers. So, Harry, let's talk about this. When it comes to black voters, and we just recently had a poll, obviously out of Pennsylvania, that showed Harris up. That was an overall poll.
Yeah.
What are you seeing among this group in the state of Pennsylvania?
Yeah, I think this is one of the most interesting trend lines that we see in the electorate, and that is, let's take a look at black voters in Pennsylvania. We'll compare the 2020 exit poll to what we have in the September polls. And what do we see? Joe Biden in the exit poll carried black voters by 85 points. Look at the margin that Kamala Harris has right here. It's just 65 points on average, significantly less than what Joe Biden carried the state by. And this is part of a larger trend, Aaron, because the fact is, if we look, for example, nationally, what do we see? We see the exact same thing going on here. Black voters, this is nationally. At this particular point in the polls, Biden was up by 80 points. Kamala Harris is up by just 63 points. You may be asking yourself then, how the heck is Kamala Harris winning in the state of Pennsylvania at this particular point, at least according to the polls? Here's the reason why. Look at white voters. White voters in Pennsylvania, the 2020 exit poll, Trump won them by 15. His margin right now, Aaron, is just 7 points.
Right, so it's white voters right now
Correct.
that are pushing her over the top, which is obviously very significant. All right, the breaking news from Andrew Kaczynski and K-File about the gubernatorial Republican candidate in the state of North Carolina. We have said this was not a swing state when it was Biden-Trump.
Correct.
Now it is a swing state.
Correct.
That is terrible news for Trump.
Correct.
Okay, how important is North Carolina for Trump's path to the White House?
He believes in a three-state strategy. He believes that if he can carry Georgia, and he can carry North Carolina, and he can carry Pennsylvania, then all of a sudden he gets to exactly 270 electoral votes. But if he loses just one of these states, let's say he loses in the state of Pennsylvania, all of a sudden Kamala Harris can get to 270 electoral votes this way. Or if we take away these states, and in fact we then say, okay, we're going to put that there, but we give North Carolina and Georgia, and then we go, okay, we're going to give Arizona, and then we give Nevada, that's another way she can get to 270.
So she's got a lot of paths, it seems more right now
Correct.
than he does. All right, so in light of this news, when you're watching, politics, what are people Googling? What are they looking at? What are you seeing tonight?
Yeah, take a look here. Google searches for Mark Robinson compared to yesterday. My goodness gracious, up 4,900% nationally, and in the great state of North Carolina, up 1,900%. It seems to me that our dear friend Andy Kaczynski's reporting has had a lot of impact, a lot of people searching for it.
It certainly has. And just to note, North Carolina, they know who he is, and they're still looking at this.
100%.
All right, Harry, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And
Cognitive dissonance tops our 2020.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching the live show. We have been streaming for 4 hours and 35 minutes and 17 seconds. This is the game, right? It's like, how is this even possible where, the vice president is leading right now? And some other polls says they are tied, and some other poll says the 45th is leading and on his way to becoming the 47th. I don't know. I don't know. But if you are an American, and if you are here and are legal and can vote, please vote. Okay? Just go vote. Try to vote, okay? Vote. Vote and vote. That's the only thing I can tell you. Okay? If you sit there and say, you know what, I'm not gonna vote, what good does that do? It doesn't do any good. The reason why I am streaming, the reason why a lot of people are streaming and I guess talking about the election is because we want you to be involved. Well, I don't know why they do what they do, but I am doing this. I'm streaming. I don't even make money from these streams, bro. Like YouTube says my content is harming you guys. So they said, you know what? We're not gonna monetize your channel. And I get it. It's okay. Hopefully soon I get monetized. However, the fact is I do this so you guys can get your facts from both the Republicans and the Democrats, so you can know who you are aligning with. You get me? Like, do what you got to do, get involved, so you don't have to say, well, I don't know why she won, or I don't know why he won, because you weren't involved. So get involved, tell your people, tell your family, and go cast your vote. In some states, early voting has started. So if you want to vote early, do what you got to do. Do what you got to do, man. All right. If you want to support the channel, subscribe, like. And if you want to support the channel through Cash App, you can support the channel through Cash App. You don't have to. It is what it is. I get it. Everybody's going through a lot right now. She, everything is expensive. Okay. I get it. But I'm sending you love. Believe in yourself. Do what you got to do. Never, ever, ever give up. No matter what you're going through right now, there is going to be a light at the end of the tunnel. Everybody is struggling right now. You're not the only one, bro. You're not the only one, sis, that are going through struggle times. Everybody's going through some type of situation, okay? People are trying to meet up with their rent. People are trying to meet up with their, you know, insurance and stuff. Everybody's trying to meet up with some type of payment, okay? So hang in there. God is in control. Never, ever, ever give up, bro. Never, ever stop believing in yourself. You might be so close, but you would never know. You might be this close, but how would you know if you quit now? Don't quit, okay? Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency, okay? Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. I am rooting for you. I believe in you. I know good things are coming your way. So is the same way I believe good things are coming my way. Also, like I said yesterday, be expecting good things to come your way. Don't talk yourself down. Expect good things. Your expectations matter. If you expect to have a good life, good things would happen to you. If you expect to see colorful things in your life, blessings in your life, gracious things in your life, good things are going to come to you because the universe responds to expectations. Okay. You got to be expecting. All right. Thank you one more time. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Yes, Christian Brown says actions speak louder than words. You are right. Action speaks louder than words. So do the action. Don't procrastinate. Do what you got to do for your family, for yourself, most importantly, for yourself, because you came into this world alone and you're going to leave this world by yourself. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. It is what it is. I gotta go. You guys have been awesome. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe to the channel. If you haven't smashed the like button, smash the like button. All right. I gotta go. I love you guys. I love you guys. It is your boy, Genesis. Thank you one more time. Also, 100% maximum respect for the veterans in the chat. If you are a veteran, or if you even if you're serving in the military, I am sending you this salute. Okay. All right. God bless you, man. I gotta go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless your business. God bless the United States. God bless you guys. God bless.